You have her ID?
No, I don't want to give it to you. Why do I have to?
Because my attorney said not to.
Why do I have to give it to you?
This is evidence.
Evidence.
Do me a favor? She's under arrest.
I have to go with. I have to go. I have to go.
You don't have that show.
Let me help you out.
No, I have to stay. Please don't do this.
You need to grab the bags. Take the bags.
Yeah.
And you need to wait outside.
Okay.
My husband's almost 80 years old. He can't
Yeah,
come
I
with
can't.
me.
Please, can I?
No, you can't join me there.
Oh, don't do this, please.
Please.
Oh,
Someone's
God.
got to help him get home. This is terrible. You can't do this. This is insane.
Can I talk to that for me?
Is that okay with you?
Please. You don't have that with handcuffs on. She's not going to be able. Please. Please.
You have anything in your pocket?
No, no.
Do you have anything of value in you?
No,
Plus you have a necklace on. You
Wanna
can
go?
take the
My-
necklace
I'll
off.
take
Yeah, take it off. Yeah.
And the earrings.
And the earrings.
You are listening to the Roberta Glass True Crime Report, putting the true back in true crime. From New York City, Roberta Glass is now on the record.
Okay, happy 4th of July, everybody. Nadia got excited. I thought they arrested Wendi. Fortunately, I'm not a believer that's ever going to happen. I just think that immunity agreement is too much for the prosecution to get through. I talked to some lawyers during my coverage of the Adelson case, and that's what we're going to do today. So my hair is brushed, my teeth are brushed. It's 1,000,000 degrees here. How is everybody doing? Hi, late girl. So I thought we'd watch all of Wendi Adelson's testimony today. It's going to be a marathon, starting with the Sigfredo Garcia, Catherine McBanawa trial, and then we'll go through to all of them. But I just thought it would be interesting, fun kind of way to spend the 4th. And we maybe can look and see if we see some discrepancies. I mean, this has been the most examined trial. The way I got into it is I interviewed Ruth Markel, the victim's mother. I hadn't heard of this case. We're talking about the murder of Dan Markel, FSU law professor, was murdered July 19th, 2004. Is it 2012? Am I right on that? Or was it even earlier? Hold on one second. This is like 2014. Okay. So I'm looking at the trial date thinking, wow, I guess they went to trial pretty quickly. Okay. Okay. I see what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the description where it says Wendi Adelson testifies in the trial of the 2014 murder. Okay. Thank you. 2014. So we're coming up on the anniversary of Professor Markel's murder. And there's been so many trials attached to this. If you don't know me, I'm Roberta Glass. I talk about innocence fraud and true crime from with an emphasis on victims and victims' rights. If that interests you, please hit the subscribe, hit the thumbs up while you're here. Let's get into it. We got a lot of stuff to cover today. We're going to go into Charlie's trial. Yeah, Charlie's appeal just got denied. Big news there. And this is from the Tallahassee Democrat. This is their channel. And it starts out with, of course, Wendi Adelson's lawyer, John Lauro, talking about her immunity agreement. Let's take a listen.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. It's John Lauro, Lauro, and I'm counsel for Ms. Adelson.
And it's my understanding that the state is requesting the court to compel Ms. Adelson's testimony. Is that correct, Ms. Kaplan?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And based upon that, Ms. Adelson, testimony you provide and anything derived from this testimony cannot be used against you, but you will be required to answer all relevant questions. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. Anything else you want to make?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Anything else?
No, sir.
All right. Ms. Secretary, please.
So I heard a rumor, it's just a rumor, that John Lauro was sending out like cease and desist notices. I'm very sad I didn't get one, to YouTube creators talking about Wendi Adelson. I did read that Luis Rivera wrote an apology to Ruth Markel. He's been really trying to get out. How much more time does he have on his deal? He was doing two cases together.
Your Honor, I just get an estimate on the time so I can tell the report.
Hi, Audrey.
Would we then break after theirs and reserve cross for Tuesday?
No. We're going to finish today with this witness.
I understand. I don't believe that we're going to be able to do the deposition.
That's up to you.
Nadia says 6 or 7 years. Thank you, Nadia.
Since the reporter was.
Oh, tonight you mean? Have to work on that. Don't know.
Wait. You're in the courtroom? Safe.
Oh, it's 10 years.
Could everybody be seated, please? Thank you, proceed, Ms. Kaplan.
All right, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Wendi Adelson, Wendiadelson.
How are you employed, Ms. Adelson?
I'm an attorney.
All right, and do you know?
Microphone up just a little bit, if you would, please, ma'am. All right.
I'm an attorney.
All right, how were you employed back in 2014?
I was employed at FSU Law School.
Okay, and were you a member of the Florida Bar at that time?
I was.
All right, and did you know Dan Markel?
Yes, I did.
How did you know Mr. Markel?
He was my husband.
When did you meet him?
We met in 2004.
Okay, and when did you marry?
We married in 2006.
Did you ever live in Tallahassee?
I did live in Tallahassee.
When did you first move to Tallahassee?
We moved to Tallahassee in the fall, August of 2005, and we lived in Tallahassee that academic year, so from 2005 until the summer of 2006, and then we spent a year living in Miami from 2006 to 2007, and then I lived back in Tallahassee from 2007 to 2014.
Okay. Why did you move to Tallahassee the first time?
The first time we moved to Tallahassee for Danny's job. He got a job at FSU Law School.
All right, and what about the second time?
And the second time we moved back to Tallahassee because he had tried to get a job at University of Miami Law School and it didn't work out.
All right. So both times it was for his employment?
Yes,
Okay. Did you like living in Tallahassee?
I did.
All right. And did you live on Trescott Drive?
We did. That was our home.
And where are you from, Ms. Adelson?
I'm from Broward County originally.
Okay. And do you have family members in Broward currently?
I have one family member in Broward.
Where do you live currently? Or you can just tell us.
I live in Miami-Dade County.
And what about your parents? Where do they live?
They currently live in Miami-Dade County.
All right. And what about your brother, Charles Adelson?
He lives in Broward County.
And do you have any children?
I do.
And how many children do you have?
I have 2 children.
What are their ages?
They are,
What was going on with the cameraman there? Isn't that we're looking at white? We're looking at. I guess they thought they were gonna project something on the screen. Interesting.
10 and 8, turning 9 soon.
Okay. Both boys?
Both boys.
And both the biological children of Dan Markel?
Yes.
How are your family members employed, specifically your parents and your brother?
My mom is not currently working very much. She helps out with my dad's office.
My mom is currently plotting murders for me, with me. So she's not working too much in the office.
My dad is a dentist, and my brother Charlie is a periodontist.
And does your family have a dental practice in South Florida
They do.
that they own and operate?
They do.
Is your family in South Florida wealthy? And that's a relative term.
Are you asking me to speculate?
No, I'm asking if they're wealthy. You may, if you don't know, you say you don't know.
It depends how you define wealthy.
Okay. Are they millionaires?
No.
Okay. When did you separate from Mr. Markel?
We separated in the fall of 2012.
And was part of the reason for your disagreement or separation having to do with how to raise the children in terms of your faith?
Yes, we had different ways of practicing our faith.
Okay. Do you know when you filed for divorce?
I believe it was the fall of 2012.
Okay, 9/10/2012 sound right to you?
That sounds right.
And when you separated initially in the fall of 2012, did you move to South Florida with the kids?
No, I did not.
You didn't go to South Florida with the kids?
No, I did not.
Was it your desire during that time to move with the children to South Florida?
I would say right then, no, it wasn't.
Are you familiar with a court order ordering you to come back to Tallahassee from South Florida?
I'm not familiar with that.
When you moved out from the marital home there on Trescott Drive, you lived at another residence in Tallahassee, is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall the address there?
I do. 3303 Aqua Ridge Way.
Okay. And was there a time during the time that you were living there at Aqua Ridge that you determined that you would like to move to South Florida with the children?
There was.
All right. And were your parents very involved in trying to facilitate that relocation?
My parents were supportive of me moving to South Florida.
Would you describe your parents as being over involved in your personal business?
As compared to other people's parents?
Yeah.
I don't know.
what was the child custody schedule when you were living at Aqua Ridge? And I assume Mr. Markel continued to live in the marital home on Trescott?
He did.
Okay, what was the custody situation with the kids?
So the custody situation changed over time and depending on the part of the year. But I think in the beginning, we would do a Wednesday night overnight. It was about 50-50 shared custody, but I don't remember the exact arrangement. I do remember in the summertime, it would switch to week on, week off, but during the school year, it was slightly different.
So still 50-50, but not necessarily every other week. It was mixed up within the week.
It was.
Okay. And you mentioned that you did develop a desire to move to South Florida. Did you file a motion to that effect on January 14th, 2013?
That sounds, I did file a motion. I don't remember the exact date,
Okay.
but that sounds about right.
All right. And in that motion, did you make some allegations that Mr. Markel was making things difficult for you at work?
I did.
Okay. And was that motion granted or denied?
That motion was denied.
All right. Denied with prejudice?
I don't remember.
Okay.
If you have it, I'm happy to take a look.
Okay. But in any event, you were not able to move at that time.
I did not move.
And were you upset about being stuck in Tallahassee?
I was relieved.
You were relieved. You wanted to stay in Tallahassee.
I was happy at my job.
See, that's not even answering the question. I was happy at my job. The question was, were you happy in Tallahassee? I was happy at my job. Doesn't answer the question if you were happy in Tallahassee and if you wanted to stay there. Hey, Rob, you're welcome. So we're starting, Susan, hey, how's it going? We're starting with the first trial and then we're going to go in order. So next up is Catherine McManaway's retrial. We'll see, it is a heat wave here. It's really stressing my air conditioner. So I'm going to do as much as I can. Let's see. I'm hoping to get through all of it, but let's see how we do. I might wilt in the heat. We'll see.
Okay. Do you recall when your divorce to Mr. Markel became final?
The summer of 2013.
Okay. July 31st sound about right?
That sounds right.
Okay. Would you consider your divorce with Mr. Markel to be a nasty divorce?
I think most divorces aren't very pleasant.
Okay, but this one was like really unpleasant, right?
I found getting divorced to be unpleasant, yes.
And in the litigation that ensued between the two of you, you guys argued over things as small as a tennis racket. I noticed in one pleading.
So there's another switch by Wendi Adelson. So she's asked if her divorce was unpleasant, as in contentious, difficult, argumentative. And Wendi Adelson says, I found it personally unpleasant. Not that we argued, that it was just an unpleasant experience altogether, not because we argued about anything, just because I found it unpleasant. Little bit, again, just very slight. So she slightly changes the answer, isn't really answering the question. It's more of a, it's just a little minute, difficult to detect switch.
I don't remember that.
Did he threaten to press kidnapping charges against you?
Objection here, Sam.
Overruled.
I don't remember
Remember
that. No.
Did he threaten to go after your law license?
All right. You would think that as someone who threatened to throw kidnapping charges on you, I believe it's in the emails between those two, that meaning Donna and Wendi. I thought it was mentioned. Am I wrong on that? I have so many trials in my head. Am I confused on that? But I'm pretty sure he did say, so she took the kids. He didn't know where they were. It's a whole discussion. Yeah, that's my memory, is that there was some discussion in those emails about it. But she says she has no memory of being threatened with kidnapping. If I'm threatened with kidnapping, I'm going to remember it.
That?
I don't remember that, no.
Do you remember him saying you failed?
No.
Did he threaten to go after your law license? Remember that?
I don't remember that, no.
Do you remember him saying you failed to disclose a bunch of assets in the divorce process?
I do remember that.
Okay, did you guys have any mediations as part of your divorce?
We did have mediations leading up to settlement.
2 8-hour mediations, correct?
I don't remember how long they were, but they seemed very long.
Yeah, and they both did not result in a resolution.
They did not.
All right, but you did reach a settlement, I think, kind of just on the eve of a trial on the matter, correct?
That sounds right.
Do you remember this motion that was filed by your deceased ex-husband on March 26, 2014, involving, among other things, that had to do with your mother, an allegation that your mother was disparaging the children? I'm sorry.
Overruled.
Disparaging him to the children is what I meant to say. Are you familiar with that pleading?
I am familiar with that pleading.
All right, and in that pleading, did he allege that you were depriving him of physical access to the children?
I don't remember the specifics.
Do you recall whether he was complaining about you refusing to communicate with him about right of first refusal to the children during your time with them?
I know he was frustrated about the Skyping.
Lack of communication via Skype.
It's
between
hard
you
to
and the
Skype
children.
with two toddlers, yes.
All right, and in that motion, do you recall him being upset about an allegation that you let the kids eat non-kosher foods?
I remember him being upset about that in general, but I don't remember whether it was in a motion or not.
What does that mean, non-kosher foods?
So kosher rules have to do with the separation of milk and meat, or dairy and meat. So non-kosher foods would be meat that hasn't been killed in a way that conforms with Jewish law, or the mixing of the two.
And is observing those types of eating habits something that's important to you?
It is not important to me.
And was it something that was important to Dan Markel?
It was important to Danny.
It was important to him that the children observe that way of eating, correct?
It was.
And in that motion, did he seek to restrict your mother's contact with the kids to supervised visits only?
I don't remember, but if you'd like to show me the motion, I can take a look.
Okay, but you don't remember that portion?
No.
All right. Do you remember the allegation that your mother made statements to the children that grandma hates you?
Overruled.
Grandma says you're stupid. Your father is trying to take my sunshines away. Anything like that? Do you recall?
No, but again, I'm happy to look at it if you'd like to show me.
I understand. Do you recall that Mr. Markel was seeking sanctions against you personally in that motion?
I don't remember that.
Do you know whether this would have been a motion that you would have shown to your mother? Would she have been aware of it?
I probably would have shown my mom the motion.
Is it fair to say that your parents are very protective of you?
I think that's fair to say.
Is it fair to say that your brother is very protective of you?
I think that's fair to say.
Okay. What about Dan Markel? Did your family like him?
Do you want to specify a point in time?
Well, I'm specifically thinking of a statement you made in the interview after his death, where you indicated that your parents were very angry with him. Is that accurate?
At that point in time, during our divorce, I do think they were angry with him. They felt like he had treated me badly.
And the motion to preclude your mom from having unsupervised contact with your kids, that was still pending at the time of his murder, correct?
That's possible. I mean, I don't think anyone took that motion very seriously.
Okay. Did your mom take it seriously?
I don't think so.
Did Dan Markel take it seriously?
I don't know how Danny felt about a motion. If he wrote the motion, he was probably taking it seriously.
What does she mean she doesn't know that her mother took it seriously? Her mother took it very seriously by the emails. Nobody took it seriously. But she's unsure if her mother took it seriously. How would you not know if your mother took it seriously or not? I mean, that's a either or. Either she took it seriously or she didn't. Or she took it somewhat seriously. I mean, what does that even mean? I'm going to try not to stop it too much, but it just gets so ridiculous.
I want to approach with some emails. Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 80?
Your Honor, could I see what the states of approaching? Your Honor, and I don't know if you want to do it now or I'm gonna request a sidebar on this.
What's that?
I'm gonna request a sidebar on this.
Are they going to sidebar?
The letter identified first.
So while Wendy reads this,
State's Exhibit 80, just take a moment and flip through and make sure this is the exhibit you've reviewed previously.
I remember,
I've been shown these exhibits.
Okay.
let me just
And
pause it
are
for a hot
these
minute.
exhibits fair and accurate copies of emails between yourself and your mother, Donna Adelson?
They are.
And
Right. I'm going to impeach what you just, your testimony. That's what you're just doing right now. I'm going to impeach your testimony right now. Just, I still say Donna will do well in prison. If you noticed, everything I said about the way she operated in jail turned out to be correct. That those witnesses were bought, that she was buying witnesses, that she was never really attacked the way she said she was attacked in the shower, that all this was her grand schemes that she was making up in jail. And I still think she has a criminal mind. She'll do well in prison. So what I mean by that is that she's someone who understands systems and wants to subvert them, right? And wants to get over. And there's so many systems in jail. It's so in prison, excuse me. It's so orderly that she'll find a way to get around things and she'll have fun doing it. She's really, she enjoys it.
the email addresses on this exhibit, donnaharvey@gmail.com. Whose address is that?
My parents have a joint email address.
Okay, but you were communicating with one of them in particular and you used emails, right?
Whoever signed the email, but it could be from either or both of them.
Okay, either could have used it, but we can deduce from who signed it who this one was from.
That sounds right.
Okay, and Wendi Adelson@gmail.com, is that you?
That is me.
All right, Judge, at this time I ask to move into evidence. State's Exhibit
We'll go sidebar.
Let's just move through this sidebar quickly. All we can.
A brief legal explanation to the jury. You've heard a number of hearsay objections about things that were said by Mr. Markel, things that are in these emails by another person who may not be testifying. Normally, we refer to those things as hearsay, and they're not allowed without the person actually testifying, but there are a whole bunch of exceptions to that. And one of the exceptions to that is when it's not being offered to prove that what's said is true, but simply to show that it has been said because there's some relevance to the fact that these statements were made. So I am not offering these statements to show they're true. These persons, I mean, obviously, Mr. Markel can't be here for us to have cross-examination of him. We don't anticipate that the other Miss Adelson will be here as a witness. We can't test. The attorneys will not be able to test that to see whether that's true or not, but I am allowing it for limited purposes to show state of mind of these persons. So you may proceed, Ms. Kappelman.
Yes, Your Honor. I noticed in the emails that your mother referring to, who I think is Dan Markel, as gibbers. What does that mean?
Gibbers was a nickname that I gave Danny when he was being really difficult and causing me a lot of pain. Was sort of a nickname I gave him to make him feel less threatening.
So it was a derogatory thing.
I wouldn't say it was derogatory.
Did you call him that to his face?
No, I called him Danny to his face.
Okay.
And gibber.
So she's always the victim. That's a theme with Wendi. She's always the victim. You know, me as a victim of Dan Markel, of the man I chose to marry. I had to think of a derogatory nickname. It really wasn't derogatory. I just didn't call it to his face. Didn't let him know that I had this nickname for him. Unreal. Just want to say hello. What's that? My heart in Spain. Hello. It's nice of you to say. All right, let's get back to this. Sorry, I'm really going to try not to stop it too much.
Would be what? How would you spell that?
I don't know that I ever spelled it out. In the emails, I think it's spelled with a J, but I guess you could spell it with a G.
Jibbers.
That would be one way to.
Ms.
spell it.
Adelson, you had Mr. Markel's phone number programmed into your phone as Jibbers, didn't you?
That's right.
Do you know much about your brother Charles Adelson's business practices?
I know that he does implant surgery.
Do you know anything about whether he offers discounts for cash or does a lot of business in cash?
I have no idea.
Do you know if there's a safe in your parents' house that has stacks of cash inside?
I don't know about a safe with stacks of cash.
So you don't have a stack of cash in your parents' safe. That's Wendy's stack.
No.
Okay. Did Charlie Adelson like Dan Markel? And again, I'm referring to the time frame before his death.
I mean, I think he was also, he would listen to me when I would tell him about things I was upset about at the time with the divorce. So whether he liked him or didn't like him, he certainly was supportive of me.
Okay, but he never expressed any dislike.
No.
Did he mention hiring a hitman to kill your husband?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
No.
Did he ever joke about he looked into hiring a hitman, but buying you a TV as a divorce present would be cheaper?
He did make that joke. He tended to repeat himself, and sometimes he would make jokes that weren't very funny about all kinds of things.
All right. And was that TV, did he buy you a TV as a divorce present?
He did.
And was that TV the same TV that was being repaired at your residence at the time that your husband was murdered?
It was.
Who made the arrangements for that TV repair?
I did.
Your mom didn't make those arrangements?
I don't believe so.
And the repairman was at your house that morning that your husband died between 8:30 and 9:15. Do you agree with that?
I remember he was supposed to come between 8 and noon, and then he ended up coming on the early side.
That's when he arrived, between 8:30 and 9:15.
It's my best recollection.
Did Charlie ever say that he considered all possible options to take care of the problem being Dan Markel?
Objection, hearsay.
Oh.
Your Honor, I just have a standing objection, so I don't keep
You bet.
interrupting. Thank you.
Did he ever say that?
No.
After the murder of Mr. Markel, did Charlie Adelson take you out for a celebration dinner?
No.
Do you recall any dinner where shortly after Mr. Markel's death where you were with Mr. Charlie Adelson and vomited?
I do remember that dinner. I'm sorry?
Go ahead, I interrupted you.
After Danny died, I was terrified that someone was going to come after me or my children and harm us as well. And so I didn't leave my house for about a month. And when I finally felt ready to leave the house and have dinner, I told my brother that I wanted to have dinner, that I was ready to finally go to a restaurant and eat a meal again. And I'd barely eaten for a full month, just out of grief and shock. And so that night when I finally ate for the first time, they ended up taking a while before they sat us, and they sat us at the bar, and I had a drink, and I wasn't used to eating anything or drinking alcohol, and I threw up at the table. The only time in my life I've done something like that, but it was certainly not a celebration.
And you never heard your brother refer to it in that way?
No.
That's an omission in the negative. He's telling us what it wasn't. It certainly wasn't a celebration. Then what was it then? What was the purpose? You know, I just saw someone make a really interesting comment in the comments about Wendi Adelson, just that she looked not so put together at Donna Adelson's trial, which was the last trial in Dan Markel's murder. And I think will be the final trial. And I don't wish that. I hope I'm wrong on this. It's just, you know, I changed my opinion. I used to think that just because of the public pressure that we'd see the Georgia Cappleman, and it's so good for the Tallahassee, you know, public relations for their DA's office to successfully prosecute these trials with the intense public interest. And there was such will for Wendi Adelson to be arrested in this case. So I really thought that might overcome some of the issues that the state had with the immunity agreement. But now I'm just thinking, when I saw Georgia Cappleman crying at the end of Donna Adelson's trial, that got me very concerned that she was crying because it was over. You know, that's what it felt like to me, that was the last one in the string. And unless some incredible witness comes forward, I thought we might have that with Wendi Adelson's friend when she came forward. But her testimony is still, I mean, it adds to things, but what I understand is kind of minute. But here she is, and just to give you an idea, this is her in the way she looked in Donna Adelson's trial. And I don't know, it's not quite so perfect. I mean, I think you could make an argument, just to look at it the other way, that when you're trying to look so perfect and present so perfect, and you can see she's not sweating in this, she's not nervous, she's cool as a cucumber up there on the stand. She's got immunity. You know, you never see any real emotion from Wendi Adelson. You could argue that when she dropped the need for perfection, her hair wasn't quite so perfect. At times it looked sort of teased up and kind of like, you know, out of place a little bit. Ditto the second trial. You could argue that she's sort of relaxing and realize that she's not going to face any smooth sailing. She doesn't have to look perfect, smooth sailing. Or you could argue that she can't get it together enough. She's not together enough to look perfect. I don't know. You could look at it both ways.
Were you involved in any way in a plot to kill Dan Markel?
No.
Do you have any knowledge other than the statements you've said your brother made or the jokes your brother made? Do you have any knowledge of anyone being involved in a plot to kill your husband?
No.
Do you know Catherine Magbanois?
I have met her before.
How do you know her?
We met one time at dinner when I came home and my brother introduced me to her. And I think We might have gone to the beach once with her and a friend for a few hours.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 36. Is that a photograph of you and Catherine McDaniel at the beach?
With her friend, yes.
Okay, and do you remember the friend's name?
I don't.
All right, is this a fair and accurate photograph from that event?
That looks like the three of us at the beach, yes.
Do you recall when this was taken?
I don't.
Okay, does Father's Day weekend 2014 sound correct?
So June 2014, that's
Yes, ma'am.
possible.
All right, would it refresh your memory to look at the data associated with that photograph?
Sure.
Take a look at this top block there that references this photo. Tell me if you can advise when the photo was taken.
It looks like it was taken on June 15th, 2014.
All right, and do you know where the photo was taken?
I think that's South Beach.
Close to where your parents were living in a condo?
Yes.
And did you say how you know Ms. Magdalena?
She was dating my brother.
So at this time, I'd ask to introduce State 36.
Is there objection?
None for Mr. Garcia.
None from Ms. Magdalena, Your Honor.
It'll be admitted.
So which one is you?
I'm the one in the middle,
And which one's Ms. Magdalena?
the one on the left-hand side to the right of me in the photo.
And this one is her friend?
Yes.
Ms. Magdalena's friend.
Yes.
Approach and show you one more photo. States Exhibit 37. And that's this photo?
I don't recognize that photo, but I recognize the people in it.
Okay, who's in it?
That's my brother, and I think that's Katie.
All right, is Katie Catherine McDaniel?
Yes.
This is a very accurate photo of the two of them when, I guess, around the time that they were dating.
That looks right.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move to States 37.
Is there objection?
Yes, Your Honor, this witness is not able to properly authenticate that picture in terms of when it was taken and where it was taken. So I would object.
Sustained.
Your brother dated Catherine McDaniel?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's hard to see. I believe that it's this picture that they're showing when they had a beach trip. So there's Catherine McDaniel and there's Wendi. Okay, back to this. Thank you, my dog named Bo. Thanks for being a channel member. I appreciate it.
And was that the context in which you became acquainted with her was through your brother?
Yes.
Do you know when they began seeing each other, your brother and Miss McBanois?
I have no idea.
Do you know when they stopped seeing each other?
I have no idea.
Do you know whether the relationship between your brother and Miss McBanois was a serious relationship?
I met many, many girlfriends of my brother's over the years. I didn't get any indication that it was a serious relationship.
Okay, he's a guy that has a lot of girlfriends.
He has had a lot of girlfriends.
How many girlfriends has he had since Catherine McBanois?
I have no idea.
Several?
Probably.
And does he have a child with someone now?
He does have a child.
How old is your brother?
43?
Has he ever been married?
No.
Do you know whether your brother makes a practice of giving gifts to his former girlfriends?
I have no idea.
Are you aware of any specific gift he's ever given to a former girlfriend?
No.
Do you know Sigfredo Garcia?
No.
Have you ever met him?
No.
I want to ask you about the week prior to Mr. Markel's murder, like June 30th through July 10th, 2014. Were you in South Florida that week?
I know I was in South Florida for my father's 70th birthday. My dad's birthday is July 5th. I don't remember if his party was on his actual birthday or a little before or a little after, but I remember I went down.
So this could be Harvey Adelson's celebration. Actually, my dad's birthday, who's been deceased many, many years, was yesterday. Harvey Adelson's birthday is tomorrow, but it's America's birthday today. So happy Independence Day, everybody. If you're just joining us, we're watching or attempting to watch. Let's see how far we get. I may melt before the end, but we're attempting to watch all of Wendi Adelson's testimony in all of the trials of the convicted killers of Dan Markel. Here we go. Hey, Tammy. Pat's to Gizzy.
For his birthday.
Can you tell the jury whether or not you were in South Florida on July 1st, 2014?
I couldn't say for sure.
Okay, but
I may have traveled that day. I don't remember exactly when I went down. I only remember I was there for probably about a week and then I went down for my dad's birthday. But I couldn't tell you more exactly than that.
Your dad's birthday's on the 5th?
It is.
What month?
Of July?
You know, it's funny. I keep my dad's glasses with me here on the desk just to sort of, I don't know, just inspire me. I loved him so much. So, yeah. Audrey, really? You got another one? Your sister? It's a good day. I think it's also Tom Cruise's birthday. That's my memory of it, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Was Mr. Markel planning to leave town the day after he was murdered?
I believe he was.
Do you know where he was going?
I believe he was going to New York to visit his girlfriend.
And how
To visit his girlfriend?
old was Mr. Markel when he was killed?
He was born in 1972 and he died in July of 2014 before his birthday's in October. He was 41.
41 years old.
Yes.
Did law enforcement in this case analyze your cell phone?
I gave them my cell phone.
Okay. And in your cell phone, you have some contacts for Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson, and Charlie Adelson, as well as Jibbers, who we've established as Dan Markel. Are all the phone numbers in your phone for them accurate phone numbers for those folks?
I would imagine so.
And I want to ask you about some recorded phone calls that were taken in association with this case. Did you have an opportunity to review a disc of some of those phone calls?
I did. The phone calls weren't played.
I'm sorry, hold on just a minute.
Yeah.
All right, so I provided you with a disc, correct?
Yes.
And a list of the specific phone calls and the voices on the specific phone calls that I was asking you whether you could identify.
Yes.
All right. And did you initial next to the letters of those calls that you were able to identify?
I did.
All right, I'm going to approach and show you State's Exhibit 175.
I just wanted to clarify that we didn't listen to the phone calls from beginning to end for each one, but that we were able to listen to parts of the phone call so that we could authenticate who was speaking on the phone call.
Okay, and when you say we, who are you referring to?
Myself and my attorney.
Okay, so you listened to another phone call in order to be able to tell me whose voice was on the phone?
That's right.
Okay, and when you initial next to the highlighted portions, okay, I guess I should say, the calls are listed by letter and number, each call, and then I have highlighted the names that I am asking you to authenticate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and if you've initialed next to that call, does that signify that you were able to authenticate that the highlighted names on that call were the voices of those people?
Correct.
Yes, so namely Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson, correct?
Correct.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 175.
There's an objection from the second judge. I
Your
can't,
legal objection?
Your Honor, I think it would require a speaking objection, so I'm not sure how you would like to handle
State
it.
your legal objection.
The legal objection is going to be relevance at this point as improper foundation.
All right, I'll overrule that objection. I'll admit, State's Exhibit 175.
I want to talk about your location on the day of Mr. Markel's murder. You know that law enforcement looked at your phone and sort of looked at your movements that day?
Yes.
Okay. And that information indicates you were home at the Aqua Ridge residence at approximately 12:27 in the afternoon that day. Is that correct?
I don't remember exactly what time, but that sounds right. I know I had left to meet some friends for lunch. So I guess I had left, I was home until that time. That sounds right.
All right. So it seems like kind of around lunchtime, about half afternoon.
Sure.
All right. And then.
So this was 2014, and Wendi Adelson's alibi was that she was getting her broken TV fixed. And according to Jeffrey Lacasse, who was her boyfriend at the time, that she insisted, like he brought home this movie, How to Train a Dragon 2, on DVD. This is the old days when we used to watch things on DVD. Before that, I'm old enough to say that we watched things on VHS. But she insisted on watching. I always thought this testimony was so crucial to everything. I mean, to me, this little detail is so important. So Wendi Adelson insisted on watching, and that the kids, this was their special treat movie night, watch this movie on the broken TV. And she wouldn't watch it on the other TV that was murky. She wouldn't let him set it up. And it looked like he thought that only a adult could have broken it in the way that the screen was intentionally cracked. So why would she do that? So I've done episodes on this, but I'll say it again. If you've heard me say it, I won't take too long saying this again. But the point of that was so that everybody remembered that the TV was broken. So if her children were questioned, the TV was broken. If Jeffrey Lacasse was questioned, the TV's broken. Everybody's going to remember. And the kids were whining through this movie night. Nobody could see. She would rather, and it's so, to me, emblematic of Wendi Adelson's priorities, which is herself first, right? So her children on their treat movie night, it's less important that they actually have a treat, that they help her, be alibis for her, some way to her. This is my opinion. Don't come after me, John Lauro, or do come after me and see how far you get. Either way. But this is my opinion. Not fact, but my opinion, that she would have alibis to this, that she absolutely needed to get this TV fixed and could have only gotten it fixed on July 19th, 2014, the day Dan Markel was murdered by two strangers who came from Miami. Strangely, the place where Donna and Harvey and Wendi grew up. Donna and Harvey lived and Wendi grew up.
And shortly after that, at 12:29, it appears you were traveling on Centerville Road. Is that a normal way that you would ingress and egress from your Aqua Ridge residence?
That sounds right.
All right. And when you left your residence, you said you were going to lunch. Did you go directly to lunch?
No, I stopped and made a purchase for a party that I was supposed to attend first.
And what was that purchase?
It was my first time purchasing bourbon. It was for not a bridal shower. It was for a bachelor. No, it was for a wedding party, but it was the bride and groom together, and they had asked for people to buy certain alcohol to help them.
Like a stock the bar party.
A stock the bar party. I forgot what it's called.
Okay. And do you remember what type of bourbon you purchased?
I don't.
Does Bullet bourbon sound familiar?
Maybe. It was,
All
they
right.
had a list of what they wanted, and so I asked the person at the store if they had whatever kind it was.
Okay. And do you recall where you went to purchase the alcohol?
I think I went on Thomasville Road at ABC Liquor.
Okay. Is there a reason you went to that particular store?
No, I don't know many liquor stores. That was the first one that popped up.
All right. And you made that purchase according to the receipt that was in your vehicle at 12:49. Does that sound about right to you?
That sounds right.
Okay. And did you make any?
So just for those that don't know, here's the Stock the Bar party. So this is the top of the invitation, and says like bring Bullet bourbon or some other spirits. I was initially skeptical of this. Oh, right. It was the 18th. I'm sorry. You're right. Whoever said the 18th. It's the 18th. He didn't die till the 19th, but it was the 18th. I'm sorry. My apologies. So this was the 18th, July, Friday. But this really never came into evidence. Going to be verified. And they only wanted like Bullet bourbon, really. Bring Bullet bourbon or something else. So, which never made sense to me why you'd want so much Bullet bourbon or Bullet whatever. But actually, I think that they asked for Bullet whiskey or another kind of heavy alcohol. I'm not a drinker, so I don't know, but something like that. So does anybody remember better than I do? Yeah. Hey, Tammy says happy birthday to everyone celebrating USA 250. Does anybody remember the bicentennial? I do. I was very small, but I do remember it. And hello. That's very nice that I'm your favorite journalist. Love the new set. Oh, you're welcome. Okay. Your brain rocks. Thank you. She claims she rarely drinks. Jeff says she drinks like a fish. Is borderline, right? Alcoholic. Yeah. Drank her dinner most nights, is how I remember he put it.
Any stops between leaving your residence and going to the liquor store?
Maybe I purchased gas?
I don't know if you did or not, but I'm referring to your visit to the crime scene.
I did not visit the crime scene.
You did not pull up to the crime scene tape on Truscott Drive?
No. I was driving on Centerville Road, and sometimes I would take the shortcut through Truscott.
Yes, ma'am.
But when I was driving on Centerville Road, I saw some sort of tape or obstruction, and so I didn't turn.
Okay. And then you went from the liquor store straight to the restaurant?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right. What restaurant was that?
What was the name of that restaurant?
Mosaic?
Mosaic.
Have you seen the photographs that were taken of your vehicle?
I have not. That looks like my car. That looks like bourbon, yeah.
Who had your kids the morning that Mr. Markel was killed?
The kids were at preschool.
But I mean, at what home did they wake up that day?
That morning, I think they were at Danny's house.
Did you stand to gain anything from your husband's death, like financially?
No.
Do you know how much the lawyers that assisted you with the divorce process and litigation that followed the divorce, do you know how much they cost?
How much my lawyers
How
or
much you
Danny's
spent on
lawyers?
lawyers? Yeah.
I honestly don't remember.
Fair to say it was a lot of money?
It felt like a lot of money to me.
How many different lawyers did you have during the pendency of your divorce and the litigation that followed?
I had 3.
Do you know how many Mr. Markel had?
I don't remember.
Do you remember your mom suggesting a plan to offer Danny $1 million to allow the relocation of you and the children to South Florida?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
I'm sure I knew about it at the time that it happened. And then I had my memory refreshed about it recently.
Did you ever make the offer to Mr. Markel?
No.
Right. What I've heard is that they wanted to, and she was dissuaded not to by her lawyers. That's what I've heard. They were all really a go. And frankly, we all criticize Wendi Adelson and the Adelson family because it's kind of distasteful to offer $1 million to Dan Markel to move to Miami. But frankly, if it would have kept him alive, it's a shame that they didn't.
Did you move to South Florida after their father was killed with the children?
Here's what I want to know. What I want to know is, did Dan Markel know what an incredibly dangerous family he was dealing with? So you have Charlie Adelson convicted of murder. Donna Adelson convicted of murder. This is a dangerous family. Jeffrey Lacaze came to the conclusion that Wendi Adelson was I believe he used the word sociopath, maybe he used the word psychopath. My memory is sociopath. Potato, I always say. Was he aware that he was involved with a really dangerous family? Was his belief in law and order and the goodness of the law, and that he could just litigate his divorce? He's such a brilliant legal mind that he could litigate all this, and that nobody would go beyond the means of the law. Is that what, I mean, I believe he did do some interviews, right, though, at other universities and colleges.
So after he was killed, I packed a weekend bag and went to South Florida for what I thought would be a couple of days, maybe a week. My son's birthday was July 29th, and I thought we'd be back in Tallahassee by then.
Did you ever come back?
I did come back a few times, but not permanently.
Okay, so you ended up moving there permanently.
I wouldn't say it's permanent, but I'm living there right now.
Okay. Well, it's been 5 years.
It has been a while. I've been exploring options for employment in many different places.
Okay. And when you initially left to go to South Florida, was that the same day as the funeral service for your husband?
No.
Was it the day after?
It might have been the day after or the day after that. I don't remember.
Did you change your children's last name from Markel to Adelson?
I did.
When was that done?
So after Danny died, there was a lot of press coverage, and CNN put pictures of my children's faces unblurred on national television. Newspapers put their names without any consideration to the fact that they're children. And
I appreciate that, but the question is when did you change their names?
When they started school, I registered them under my name, hoping it would keep them safe. And
Right. So the question was, here's another. So you notice that Wendi Adelson, this is a pattern, just slightly changing the question to the answer that she wants to give. So the question is, when did you change the children's names? Her answer is why she changed the children's names. And I believe she's been debunked about the photos of her children going out.
Is that approximately a year after their dad was killed?
it was whenever I registered Ben for school, so it was soon after. But I didn't legally change their name until after that.
Okay. And where did they start school? When you say you changed their name when they started school, was that here in Tallahassee or somewhere else?
No, it was in South Florida.
So that fall, they started regular enrollment like you would in the normal beginning of the school year.
That's right.
Okay.
Right, it's such a theme. I've been covering crime now for 9 years on this channel. And it's really a theme, is what people are capable. Metal Dust 68 says, according to his lawyer, Dan Markel knew that they were vindictive, but not to the extent that they went to. But that's really the theme on this channel, is what are people capable of? You know, don't underestimate the dark side of humanity. Oy.
And did you also?
And when I say humanity, it's really particular people. It's like you feel it in your bones, at least I think as we as women do, because I think we were given intuition, being the physically weaker sex than men, just as a way to protect ourselves. We have a kind of an intuition. We feel danger. But I think what's so interesting in this case, what I hear from people who knew this family is that they were like perfect. The image that they gave to the world is of absolute perfection. They got one daughter who's two sons who are, one's a dentist, one's a doctor, and Wendi who's a lawyer. I mean, it's a trifecta, right, of incredibly successful children. They're all good looking. Donna's helping out in the dental office. I mean, they look perfect, right? Donna and Wendi both were on game shows. Wendi was on The Weakest Link. Donna was on Wheel of Fortune.
Eliminate your older son's middle name,
When I legally changed their names, I did.
and you just dropped that from the name?
I did.
Okay. And that was a name that came from Dan Markel's deceased maternal grandmother, is that correct?
The name started with an A, which was to honor my grandfather, Erin Adelson, and the second half of his name was to honor Danny's grandmother.
Okay.
So we lost an honor to both families.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Right, adding in other things. Right, we lost. You didn't lose anything. That was your choice. You chose. I mean, this is very similar. I've always made a comparison to what Mia Farrow did when she was in dispute with, Woody Allen. I've stated my position on that many times on this channel. I won't go into it. But she changed. She says that the children all wanted to do this spontaneously. I just have a hard time believing that. But all the first names were changed. And I was good friends with Dory Previn, whose husband, Andre Previn, left Dory to marry Mia Farrow. Some of the kids who changed their names were their kids, Andre and Mia's. But what Dory said to me at the time was, now these kids have nothing. And I will say this here. Now these kids have nothing as far as what they have of their father. They don't have many memories. And I believe that was done on purpose. I believe they all told themselves that the children were too young. They won't have any real memories of their father, meaning they won't miss him. And Wendy's never gotten remarried. So it's sort of like a very modern idea that children don't need a father, or they'll do just as well with a really involved mother. I mean, you could argue whether Wendi Adelson, how you view Adelson as a mother. What a horrible thing to do. I mean, I just never get over the fact when all of them decided that this was the best option. I would have loved to have been at that family meeting, or a fly on the wall in that family meeting, when they all decided that. And I believe that that's what they did. They all decided as a family. And I'm not talking about the eldest son. I believe they all decided, meaning Charlie, Donna, Harvey, and Wendi, that this was the best route, meaning a murder for hire. That's my opinion.
Garcia.
Yeah, this is an incredible cross. I agree. So get ready for the toughest cross, one of the toughest crosses Wendi Adelson has ever had to face. I mean, you could argue this is the toughest cross she's ever had to face.
Ms. Adelson, I represent Mr. Garcia, and I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Okay.
Right.
Charlie's your older brother or
I'm-
younger brother?
I'm the youngest in the family, so both my brothers are my older brothers.
And how many years?
So thank you for reminding me. We'll go back for a second. I don't really want to interrupt this too much, but Elizabeth makes a great point. Hey, Elizabeth, 458. She said, right. Thank you for reminding me. Wendi Adelson had asked Jeffrey Lacasse about children and when they develop memories. Right. Donna was raising her kids. Can you imagine the values that Donna was instilling in them? I don't know. It's just interesting. Which Donna raised these kids? Was it the Donna, the real Donna, the criminally minded Donna, or was it the fake, phony persona Donna? Which Donna was it? Right. Rob is kind of soulful. Seems like the soulful one. Rob is the eldest who testified against Donna. I thought that was the most fascinating part of Donna Adelson's trial, bar none, is Robert Adelson's testimony. Oh, the Donna voice. The Donna voice will come. Maybe closer to Donna's trial. We got a little while to go. That testimony was incredible, jaw-dropping. Kind of get goosebumps thinking about it. It was a crazy day. You really didn't know what he was going to say. Totally. Robert Adelson. We didn't know really what he was going to look like. Totally. How he was going to be testifying in front of his mother. What a thing. See, this is not quite as dramatic because it gets really crazy when Wendi Adelson starts testifying in front of her own family, when her own family's on trial. And for the exception of Harvey, who showed up to Donna's trial, but not Charlie's, they all seem to be like, oh, you're on trial? I'm going to save myself. I'm not going to go anywhere near the trial, right? Like Donna Adelson never came to any other trial but her own as a defendant. Ditto Wendi Adelson, who was so interested in learning who killed her ex-husband that she never showed up except as a witness. I guess you could argue that maybe she would be barred from sitting in through some of the testimony. But she claimed she just learned about Charlie Adelson's defense, and Charlie Adelson was saying he barely heard from Wendi. And there was real animosity between Wendi and Charlie. Wonder why. After he was put on trial for this.
Older is Charlie than you?
He's approximately 3 years older.
Would you describe your relationship with your brother as a close relationship?
I would.
And the brother I'm referring to is Charlie. And just for the record, all the questions I have with regards to brothers is going to be focused just on your brother Charlie, okay?
Okay.
Charlie graduated high school?
He did.
College?
He did.
Dental school?
He did.
So he has substantial educational background?
Yes.
Would you consider him to be book smart?
He did very well in his classes.
So that.
No, we're thinking of the cross-examination in Catherine McManula's retrial. Sorry, it's hard to keep them apart because I believe Wendi Adelson wears the same dress, same exact outfit to that trial as well. They're hard to tell apart. This is the first one.
That would potentially be a yes. What about street smart? Do you think he was kind of street smart?
I think he's good with people.
And would it be fair to say that he has a wide range of friends, different types of friends?
He has a lot of friends.
Would you say, well, are there certain friends that he goes out nightclubbing with?
I don't know. He doesn't talk to me about nightclubbing.
Okay. Well, when he has social events, do you ever go out with him socially?
I haven't in a long time. I'm pretty busy with my kids, but I have once or twice gone out with him.
And is it the same types of friends that he goes out to these social events with?
He would usually go with his roommate, who's I don't think they're living together anymore, but they lived together for a while.
Would you agree with me that your brother Charlie was I don't want to call him like a socialite, but he would frequent the nightclub scene?
I honestly don't know that.
All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm getting a little antsy. I need to stand up and stretch. So I thought this would be an appropriate time to take a little break with this number, since the testimony is about Charlie Adelson and his nightclubbing. This is my song written about Charlie Adelson called The Maestro. I'll be back in a few minutes to continue with Wendi Adelson's testimony. Happy 4th of July, everybody. This is the 4th of July Wendi Adelson Marathon. Welcome to anyone who just tuned in. I'm Roberta Glass. Feel free to hit the thumbs up on your way in. Here you go.
I don't know, you just put it in and just kind of go to town and talk about yourself.
Stop the murder trial with a shake on my head. You would have thought they were made of lead.
What did I just do?
And you'll see what you
Hold on.
Charlie's never wrong because
Let's start that again. Oh, there's always going to be little issues, right? In a live stream. All right, hold on. We'll start it again. I think if I go this way, do it again. You guys are into it? All right, here we go. I need to stand up and stretch. I'm getting so antsy sitting here. Okay, hold on. Start it again.
I don't know, you just put it in and just kind of go to town and talk about yourself.
Stop the murder trial with a shake on my head. Watch the public's jaw drop. You would have thought they were made of lead. Underestimate me and you'll see what you get. Charlie's never wrong because Charlie's always right. I'm not Fredo, I'm Charlie. I'm not dumb, I'm right. I'm the maestro. It's spelled out on the back of my Ferrari. I'm the maestro. I ordered the paella. Don't forget the calamari. A phone call, what might be the longest hour you've ever spent. Call me maestro. Lucky girls get to hear me talk about myself as I go to town. Leave them unsatisfied, but they would still come round. I got stable money in my safe, I'm ready to spend. But that was all before I got done for murder. Now I'm doing lava in the state pen. I'm the maestro. It's spelled out on the back of my Ferrari. I'm the maestro. I ordered the paella. Don't forget the calamari. Oh, got stable money in my safe, I'm ready to spend. But that was all before I got done for murder. Now I'm doing L-Pop in the state pen. I'm mad at the jury for not seeing reasonable doubt. Who hasn't been? It started on the lap. Keeps payment plan for a set amount. Asked the gang members why they were so sensitive to my feelings. Georgia mesmerized the jury. You would have thought she was Houdini. I'm the maestro. It's spelled out on the back of my Ferrari. I'm the maestro. I ordered the paella. Don't forget the calamari. I'm the maestro. It's spelled out on the back of my Ferrari. I'm the maestro. I ordered the paella. Don't forget the calamari. I'm on with the maestro. I'm the maestro. I'm the maestro. I'm the maestro.
All right. Okay, we're back. and ready to go. Here we go. Act 2. This is, you're just joining us. Happy 4th of July. We're watching all, or attempting to watch all of Wendi Adelson's testimony, starting with the first trial of Catherine McBanoa and Sigfredo Garcia. This is, of course, about the murder of Dan Markel that happened July 18th, 2014. This is the first testimony of Wendi Adelson, and we're about a little bit more than halfway through.
So your single brother is a pretty handsome guy, right?
I think he's handsome.
Right. We've seen his pictures. Good looking guy. Never been married, right?
No.
And what kind of car does he have?
For a while, what does he have? What is he driving right now?
Well,
He likes cars. Like
he has a lot of cars, right? And these aren't like Hondas or Toyotas. They're Mercedeses and Ferraris, right?
he drove an unmarked police car for a while.
But that wasn't my question. My question was, did he ever have a Mercedes?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, and it wasn't like a C300. It was like a 5 Series, right?
I honestly don't know anything about cars.
Well, it was the bigger Mercedes, right?
It was big.
It was the bigger one. And he also had a Ferrari, right?
I know he had one really fancy car, but I don't remember what brand it was.
So you're telling this jury that you don't remember if your brother had a Ferrari?
Cars are really not important to me. You saw mine. I drove a minivan.
Well, but you're not your brother, right?
I am not my brother. No, I knew he had a fancy car. I just don't remember if it was a Porsche or if it was a Ferrari. It was something fancy.
Something kind of fancy,
yeah.
Right? Okay. So you have a pretty successful brother, right?
He's successful, yeah.
And he likes to show off his success with his extravagant cars, correct?
He likes fancy cars.
Okay. Handsome guy.
Wow, what a fall from grace, right? At this time, he was not charged with anything, walking around free, only had to be asked by the media, really protected by some powerful people in Tallahassee. Miami area. Tallahassee is really the enemy of the whole Adelson family. If they feel that they can't get a fair trial in Tallahassee, this is a great example, of a really circumstantial case. Great, and how powerful circumstantial cases are. Some of the best evidence. I know we all talking about DNA a lot on this channel now and its limits, but we like to think of it as absolute. There's so much DNA that you pick up, that anything picks up, and it's not logical. Sometimes DNA is not left. Sometimes it's left, but it's not related to the crime. So, I was surprised that Charlie Adelson wasn't trying to go, I guess because they don't have a murder weapon, right? That it was dumped. So, then you have the shooters who said they did it. Basically, Luis Rivera said, I did it. We did it. They're on film driving away. But it's a circumstantial case connecting the Adelson family. And at this time, he was walking around, driving fancy cars, and working like a crazy man in his orthodontics. Is that right? Orthodontics? I always get that wrong. Help me out. Basically oral surgeons for dentists practice.
In good shape, right?
He's handsome.
And you indicated that he had a lot of girlfriends, right?
Yes.
Now, I know you didn't go clubbing with him, but were you aware that he would go to like Miami Beach a lot? Or South Beach?
Sure. I couldn't say how often he went out or where he was going. It's just not something I would really talk to him about.
When your brother took you out to dinner and you vomited, do you remember what the restaurant was?
I do.
Which restaurant was it?
It's called Uvia.
Okay, where's that located?
It's on Lincoln Road.
Okay, and Lincoln Road's in South Beach, right?
Lincoln Road is in South Beach.
Are you aware if your brother took steroids?
No, I'm not aware if he took steroids.
What about if your brother used illicit drugs?
I'm not aware of my brother using illicit drugs.
And the fact that you're not aware if he used it doesn't.
Periodontist. He certainly was, by his own admission, using Xanax, right? At the very least.
I mean, he didn't use it, correct?
No, I'm just saying I don't know.
Do you know when Luis Rivera started serving your brother drugs?
I don't know anything about that.
Your brother would frequent South Beach and Miami Beach sometimes, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know? The restaurant that he took you to was in South Beach, correct?
I was living close to that restaurant at the time.
And your parents had a home in South Beach also, correct?
My parents did not have a home in South Beach. They were renting an apartment.
I'll rephrase it. They had a place to stay in South Beach, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Adelson.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing today? You doing okay?
I'm fine.
You nervous?
Am I nervous?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm nervous.
Okay. Now you stated on direct examination that you are a lawyer,
I am a lawyer.
right? So you understand that
Wendi Adelson, the calmest, nervous person in the history of the world. I wish I were that smooth when I was nervous. I mean, what? She looks cool as a cucumber to me, but I mean, you know, she's always going to play the victim, and somehow I'm so nervous. I lost so much with Dan Markel's murder. I lost my own family name when I chose to change the kid's last name from Markel to Adelson immediately. It was that the Markel family was so mean to me that I had to block their influence, block them from ever seeing their grandchildren, which is another tragedy in this case.
the oath that you took before you took the stand, correct?
Yes,
You know the consequences of not being truthful here,
of course.
and you also have a separate obligation as an attorney to tell the truth, right?
Of course.
Okay. Now, do you know who killed Dan Markel?
No,
Did your brother have anything to do with killing Dan Markel?
I don't believe so.
Your mother is Donna Adelson.
She is.
Where is she right now?
Right now, she's.
Well, that's interesting. Let's go back and hear that again. So she's kind of leaving it open. Like she was like willing to throw Charlie under the bus here. So it's not a no. So when asked about her parents, no. But when asked about Charlie, she doesn't think so. She might not be sure. He could be involved. She's leaving a little possibility. Listen.
Anything to do with killing Dan Markel?
I don't believe so.
Your mother is Donna Adelson.
She is.
Where is she right now?
Right now, she's with my children
Not in Tallahassee.
in Miami.
Right, because I couldn't get a babysitter. Donna's the only one, right? It's not that Donna wants to steer clear of law enforcement and a courthouse. It's just that she needs to babysit the kids. She'd love to be here, but she's just babysitting the kids. Okay, here's the question about Charlie. Take a listen.
Okay, she's not in jail?
No,
She's never been arrested before?
no,
Okay. She's not even testifying in this case, is she? To your
No.
knowledge?
to my knowledge, no.
What about your brother Charlie? Is he in Miami right now?
He's probably in Fort Lauderdale right now.
Okay, but he hasn't been arrested,
No,
hasn't been charged,
no,
and he's not testifying in this case, is he?
no.
Are you aware if the state,
Staying clear, just like my mother, steering full clear of anything to do with this case, and refuses to answer questions. And they were going to be subpoenaed to testify. I mean, they were subpoenaed to testify, and they said they would take the fifth. Harvey and Donna. So that shut off all. That'll tell you something. Is it just Donna, or was I believe my memory is it was of them both, but
has
maybe I'm wrong.
attempted to subpoena them to come to court?
I believe they have received a subpoena to come to court.
Okay, and it was for them to come and testify in this trial, or you don't know?
I don't know for certain.
Okay, but you know they've received some form of subpoena.
I heard about that.
When is the last time you spoke to your family? Your mom in particular?
This morning, I called to check in on the boys.
Okay, how is your relationship with your parents now? Is it estranged in any way, or you still have a good relationship with your parents?
I still have a good relationship.
What about your brother Charlie?
I still have a good relationship.
When is the last time you spoke to Charlie?
Probably last week at some point.
Okay. Now you had mentioned that Charlie is a father.
He is.
When did he have his child? Is it a boy or a girl?
It's a boy.
Okay.
He was born in December 2017.
Okay. So about, I would say that's over a year after Miss McDaniel's arrest.
I couldn't say.
Okay. Do you know who the mother of that child is?
I do.
Who is she?
You want her name?
Yes.
Her name is Bree Price.
Okay. And is he married to her now?
He's not married.
Are they still together?
Depends on the day.
And do you know if he has any other girlfriends at this point?
I have no idea.
All right. Have you been keeping up with the media coverage in this case?
I don't watch any media related to this case.
Okay. So, but you are aware of the attention that has been brought on this case?
I'm aware only because of the constant death threats that I receive, yes.
Okay. So just to specify, you haven't watched any.
Again, Wendi, always the victim. It's Wendi receiving death threats. And if anybody's harassing Wendi Adelson, I would encourage you not to. If you want to see justice for Dan Markel, that is not the way to go about it. Don't harass anyone, no matter what you believe that they did or didn't do. However, I do think it really did affect her career and career prospects. My understanding, she's working for a friend. You know, this has been, I don't know. I don't know. What are your thoughts? I think that had this not happened, that she would have done much better in her career. But if you're an employer and Wendi Adelson comes to you and you look her up, it's the first thing that you're going to find is all this stuff. And I would argue that anyone looking at this testimony would think that this woman isn't telling the truth or isn't telling the full truth. It's nonsensical, this testimony. It doesn't make sense when you answer, like, I have no memory of being threatened with kidnapping by my ex-husband. Or I just remembered this. It was just brought to my attention. I was just reminded about this. I mean, come on, really? I'm sure she has a very clear memory of everything that went on in the divorce. And I think what she wants the jury to think is that she's too traumatized. Too traumatized. She's terribly traumatized. My daughter was terribly traumatized. Terribly traumatized in the divorce, and is still traumatized, and still, I mean, all those things, right? That she's nervous, that she's traumatized, that her children were threatened by their pictures putting on CNN. She's not part that she's connecting herself to, right? The victim. She's terribly upset about Dan Markel's murder. All those things make her the victim.
Of the specials that have been on air about this case?
I have not watched any of them.
Do you know if your parents have watched any of the specials on this case?
I advise them not to. They may have seen bits of them, but I don't know for certain.
What about your brother Charlie?
I don't know.
Did you watch the state's opening statement in this case?
I did not.
You did not?
I did not.
Okay. So you're not aware of what the state's theory is in this case?
I'm not.
Now, you mentioned on direct examination something about listening to some recordings that the state provided to you.
Yes.
Okay. Is that the first time you've ever listened to those recordings?
Yes.
Do you know what those recordings are about?
There are many, many recordings.
Okay. Did they give you all of the recordings?
I don't know. I listened to what I was given, but I don't know if there's more.
How much time did it take you to listen to the recordings that you were given?
Again, I didn't listen to the entire thing, so probably about an hour to go through all of the recordings and listen to excerpts of each of them.
So you're not aware if the state gave you all of the recordings that they provide, that they have in their possession?
I have no idea.
Okay. Did they have you listen to any recordings that occurred before April 19th of 2016? 2016.
So I'd have to see the document to remember the exact date on it. I do remember my birthday's in April, so I remember the dates being close to that, but I don't remember exactly.
Did they ask you to listen to the phone call where Charlie Adelson is talking to Miss Magbanwa about work?
I listened to something.
It's the same.
So it's fair to say that they only let you listen to portions of the phone calls that they think are important.
I was given conversations and I listened to some of them to authenticate voices, but I don't know. I imagine they thought it was important for me to listen. That's why.
You know what's crazy is that I remember Wendi Adelson's birthday. April 22nd. That's what's crazy. You know, memory is strange, but someone was bringing up that, you know, they believe, sorry, who said it in the chat? Someone, that Wendi Adelson remembers everything because, oh, this Janet. I'm sorry, Janet. She remembers everything because of, that's a good point, because she have academic achievement. She achieved incredibly academically, graduated from Brandeis, not an easy school, did very well. But it's really that those memories are traumatic memories, that we remember things connected to things that are impactful and difficult and unpleasant. I mean, even Wendi admits that her divorce, found her divorce unpleasant. So she remember almost everything about it. That's why it's so nonsensical.
Why I did.
Did you listen to a phone call?
Ask your question, don't answer until I rule, please, ma'am. Let's go Safford.
So while they're at sidebar, I just want to say that this is what lawyers really think like criminals. They learn to think like criminals. You notice that Wendi Adelson, it wasn't her devices, wasn't her evidence that convicted anyone in her family. Everything was erased. We don't know. she said to Charlie Adelson, text message right around the times of Dan Markel's murder. That's so sweet. But that was on an encrypted app that could have been set to auto delete or was manually deleted. And she deleted that message. So she's communicating on WhatsApp. I mean, she really made sure, being a lawyer, she knew not to what would leave evidence. I always just her nose is incredibly straight.
Go ahead, Ms. Clark.
So the question was, Ms. Adelson, did they have you listen to any phone calls where it was a conversation between your brother and your mother, if you were able to identify any conversations like this?
I think I did yes.
Now I want to talk about the circumstances surrounding your actual divorce,
Okay.
which I believe you said was finalized in 2013, right?
Yes.
You just left your divorce papers on a mattress of Dan Markel in the house and left town. Is that correct?
No.
How is it that you delivered the divorce papers to him?
I called him to let him know that I wanted a divorce. It wasn't the first time I asked for a divorce, but it was the last time. And told him that I would see him when he got home, not home, but back to Tallahassee. And then I did leave the papers for him, but I didn't leave town. I was still in Tallahassee.
Okay. So.
Right. That's why he was so upset. She said, I'll talk to you when you come back to Tallahassee and we'll work out the details. Yeah, right. She left the papers. She called them right before a giant presentation, told them I was getting a divorce. And as for, this wasn't the first time I asked. There's a difference between saying I want a divorce and then sticking around with the kids, right? There's trouble when it's rocky and you're sticking around. Everybody knows the end of a relationship where divorce gets threatened or separation gets threatened, and it kind of passes and you decide to work things out, and actually removing every piece of, clothing, save for the pieces of children's clothing that they'd outgrown in the closet, and most of the furniture.
He was actually aware of that you were going to be seeking a divorce before you actually delivered the papers to him?
I had asked for a divorce several months earlier.
Okay.
That's when we started going to counseling. And he told me that if I tried to get divorced from him, that I could leave with the clothes on my back and that he would take the kids and that I would be penniless. And so when I actually asked for a divorce, I thought it best not to be there.
So is it fair to say that this was not a mutual thing between the two of you, that Danny did not want a divorce?
I don't think he wanted to get divorced.
No, because family was very important to them. And you can see the way that Charlie and Wendi have the same attitude. Like Charlie never got married to his baby mama, Bree. This sort of attitude that these kind of unconventional families benefit the children, are just as ideal as a mother and father. Let's put it that way. Obviously, you could argue it really depends on who the mother and father are and who the single mother is or who the unmarried parents are. But Robert Adelson, the eldest son, who's a doctor, ear, nose, and throat doctor, surgeon, I believe, in upstate New York, got out of Florida, who has children with his love of his life that was unacceptable because she wasn't Jewish, to Harvey and Donna. They eventually relented and came to his wedding. But he's the only one who has a real, conventional marriage with kids.
How close is your brother's relationship, Charlie Adelson, with your mother, Donna Adelson?
I think they're close.
Would you characterize their relationship as closer than you are with your mother?
Close. Like Charlie and Donna are, like, in my view, co-criminals. They're co-conspirators. They love to get into it. So I think this is a really interesting comment here by Metal Dust 68, who's coming hard and fast this 4th of July. If you're just tuning in, happy 4th of July. We're watching all of Wendi Adelson's testimony here on this channel today to celebrate our Independence Day. But you're coming in hard and fast with the good comments, Metal Dust. Remember, she is wicked smart. She manipulated her mother into thinking that her divorce was horrible and Dan was horrible as well. In my opinion, she pushed her mother into doing this horrific crime. But I think Donna had a love of getting over, love of breaking law. I don't think it was too much convincing. And I think what makes this case so fascinating is there's so much enmeshment by Donna in her children's lives that it's really hard to distinguish where Donna's needs end and begin and Wendy's needs end and begin and Donna's needs start. Does that make sense? How do you distinguish Wendy's needs from Donna's needs and Donna's needs from Wendy's needs and wants? It's so enmeshed. And that's why this has always been the hardest question. Who's the mastermind? And I think when you're asking who's the mastermind, you have to say who had the most to gain. And that's Wendi by this. But who put it into motion? Who did a lot of it? I mean, obviously the TV. You look at the TV, fixing the TV is such an old alibi. That was my point. I think I got distracted early on. But that was going to be my point if I ever got around to making it. Which is, it's like really, like, people don't fix things very often in this culture anymore. We're a disposable society now. With manufacturing overseas, things are manufactured to break so that you replace it. And here, things that are even the few things that are manufactured here. It's very hard to find things that will actually last. But TVs are now among the disposable. You want a TV, go on Large Garbage Day and walk the streets of New York. You're going to find a flat screen TV someone's throwing out for whatever reason. I mean, it is, that's an old person's idea that you would get the TV fixed. That's from when TVs were exorbitantly expensive and that we fix things. So my opinion, that was Donna's idea. I've always been convinced she got it from some kind of old, like, Matlock episode or something. But she's not really an original mind, Donna. All her ideas, from laundering the money seem to come from media, books, movies about crimes. She laundered the money, so her fingerprints weren't on the money that she was giving the killers, the by hire killers, meaning Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. Okay, back to the testimony. We're never going to make it through. This may be like an all-week affair, guys. I don't know. How are we doing? We're an hour in to the first testimony. We've been going for almost 2 hours. Okay. I may be doing this all night. This may be going into the wee small hours of the morning. Let's see how we go.
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I do think they talk more frequently than I do, but I don't think closeness always has to do with the frequency of communication.
And you had said on direct that your parents were not happy with Dan Markel's behavior during the divorce.
No, they didn't think he was treating me well.
And is this just Donna Adelson, your mom, or was it both Donna and Harvey Adelson?
I'm sure both of my parents felt that way.
Did they ever express those feelings to you?
Yes.
Did they call in names?
Yes.
Okay. Did one parent do that more than the other, or it was consistent between the two?
I think it was consistent between the two.
Okay. What kind of names did they call them?
I mean, I've had my memory recently refreshed, so I saw things, but my memory is, I don't remember name calling, but I did recently see emails where they called him names.
Now, after the divorce, you started dating other people, right? When is it that you had your first, I wouldn't say serious boyfriend, but your first boyfriend after Dan Markel?
Probably within a month.
Okay. When did he, if you know, did he start seeing anybody else after the divorce?
He did, but I don't know when it started.
Okay. And is that Amy or was it some other person?
I know about Amy, but I don't know if there were other people before Amy.
Did you know what, at the time of the murder, do you know what, if any, future plans Dan Markel had?
I couldn't really say about his future plans, but I felt like by then he and Amy were pretty serious and he was trying to spend as much time in New York as possible.
Do you know if his intention was to, and it's only if you know, it was his intention to remain in Tallahassee, or do you know if he was planning to leave the state?
I think he always planned on leaving Tallahassee. It was just a question of when.
Okay. Do you know why? Did he have an aversion to Tallahassee, or
No,
just...
it wasn't an aversion to Tallahassee.
Okay.
He was a very ambitious person. And so from the moment we arrived in Tallahassee, he was always looking for a stepping stone toward a better university where he could teach.
And he took a very special interest in what he did, which is, he's a law professor.
Right.
He graduated.
So this is Amy Adler, Jonathan Adler, the designer's sister, who really gave Wendi Adelson a run for her money as far as looks are concerned. Let me just pull up an image of Amy Adler, and just hugely accomplished in law. So there she is. She teaches law in regards to art. So how to preserve the rights of artists and their artwork. It's just sad to think. It seemed like Dan Markel really liked Amy Adler, and Amy Adler seemed to really like Dan Markel. And she's someone who's never testified in this case. Not in the sentencing phase, not in any phase. Has never spoken publicly, as far as I know, about the murder of her boyfriend, Dan Markel.
From Harvard, and he studied criminal law.
Right, that was his specialty.
Okay. And did there come a time where you were dating someone by the name of Jeffrey Lacasse?
Yes.
You know who that is?
I do.
Do you remember when you started dating Jeffrey Lacasse?
I don't remember exactly, but 2013.
Okay. Do you remember how long you dated him for?
I remember it was less than a year, but probably more than 6 months.
Were you dating him at the time leading up to the homicide, which would be July 18th, 2014?
We broke up a few weeks before Danny was killed, or a week or so. We broke up before Danny was killed.
How would you describe your relationship with Jeffrey Lacoste?
I mean, I think it took different turns. I think it was more casual in the beginning, and then it was getting more serious. And then I was feeling more committed to the relationship. And then in late June, we had this big fight. And after that point, I didn't really want to be with him anymore.
Do you know what the fight was about? Do you
I do.
remember?
I remember what the fight was about.
What was it about?
He didn't trust me.
In terms of
He
seeing
thought
other people?
he thought I was cheating on him.
Okay. And you said you broke up. When was that?
We broke up. It would have been one of the last weekends in June.
So fairly close to when the homicide was occurred.
Right.
Now, that spring break, which would have been the month of March,
Mhm.
didn't you and Jeffrey Lacoste come down to Miami?
We did.
Okay. And you stayed with your brother, Charlie?
We did.
Okay. And do you know at that time who he was dating?
I don't.
Okay. Does it sound, if I say that was when he was dating Catherine Magbanua, is that a correct statement or you don't remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember having dinner with Jeffrey Lacoste at a restaurant and with your brother and that Catherine Magbanua was there?
I have a vague recollection of it.
Okay. And do you remember if this restaurant had outside seating?
We always used to go to the same restaurant, and so I know the restaurant, it has outside seating.
Okay. And when you met Catherine Magbanua, Charlie introduced you to her as his girlfriend?
Probably.
Okay.
Definitely as someone that he was seeing, right? I don't remember if he used the term girlfriend, but in a romantic kind of way.
Okay.
Not as just a friend.
And am I characterizing Mr. Charlie Adelson correctly when I say, you had said he has lots of girlfriends?
I've met lots of girls over the years, which is why it's hard to remember whether I had dinner with one person versus another.
Do you know what his thoughts and beliefs are in marriage? Does he not believe in marriage?
I don't think he's so pro-marriage, no.
Okay. Do you know how many times you met Katie? We talked about the time on the beach, and then we've already now talked about a dinner.
I remember vaguely those two. I don't remember any other time.
Do you remember the name of the person that was in that picture with you?
No.
Okay. Does Yindra Velasquez Mascaro sound familiar?
No.
Now, you didn't have a really close relationship with Katie, right?
No.
Okay. Did you know that Katie has 2 kids?
I did.
Remember, Miss Kouas, we're not going to get a first name.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge, I apologize. Did you know that Miss Magbanua had children?
I did know that.
Okay. Did you ever?
So this becomes more interesting as this testimony goes on. So because she starts contradicting herself more. So the answers get like very different from one trial to the next. So this is fairly tame as far as cross-examination and examination of Wendi Adelson goes. The examination by Georgia Kappelman, which is a direct, feels more like a cross, especially in Charlie Adelson's trial and Donna Adelson's trial.
Discuss with Miss Magbanua the details of the divorce that you had before she even knew who your brother was?
That wouldn't be possible because I only met her with my brother.
Okay, so you didn't talk, your relationship wasn't a close relationship where you would talk to her about Dan Markel?
No.
Do you ever remember having a conversation with Miss Magbanua about Dan Markel and your divorce?
It's very possible that I brought it up, but
nothing stands out.
No, not at all.
Now, I want to talk to you about the time of the murder, okay? The day before the homicide, all right?
Okay.
You had talked about your custody situation with Dan Markel, that it was a week on, week off. Is that correct?
That's right.
And an overnight stay switch on a Wednesday.
That's my best memory.
So it's A better way to describe it would be if it's your week, you have the boys, but on Wednesday night they will sleep at Dan Markel, do an overnight sleepover at Dan Markel.
Right.
And then return them to you the next day.
Or return them to school and
then you pick them up in the evening.
Right.
So the day of the homicide, do you remember what day of the week that was?
I believe it was Friday.
Okay. So the day before would have been a Thursday.
Right.
Okay. Do you remember what you were doing that day?
I don't.
Is there any way that you would have been walking down Trescott Drive with your...
I just moved the speed up just a tad, just a tiny tad, and hoping that we can make it through this testimony maybe a little bit faster.
two sons the day before his murder?
No, I don't live in walking distance, so there's no reason why I would have been walking down the street. No.
You and Mr. Markel weren't on that kind of talking or speaking terms where you would be at the Trescott home and he wasn't there?
No.
Okay. You wouldn't go and take the boys for a walk on Trescott Drive?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. And as far as you knew at that time, the kids, what school were they attending?
They went to Creative Preschool.
Okay, and when you would drop the kids off at Creative Preschool, do you have to sign them in?
You do have to sign them in.
Okay, and then, so there should be a record of the days that the boys would have been at the preschool.
That's right.
What time would you drop the boys off? Do you remember? Is it an early morning thing or?
I would drop them off in the morning. I don't remember, maybe it was 8, maybe it was 9.
Oh, but nothing late, like 11?
I don't think so.
And then what would be the usual time you pick them up in the afternoon?
I think it would depend on whether I was teaching or if I had court, what I was up to, but my guess is sometime between 3 and 6, I would pick them up.
So would it be fair to say that, you know, around 11 o'clock in the morning, the boys would probably be in school on a weekday?
That would be right.
Okay. Do you know someone by the name of Whitney?
I do know Whitney.
Who is Whitney?
Whitney was a girlfriend of my brother's.
Okay. Do you know who introduced Charlie to Mr. Adelson to Whitney?
I don't.
Do you know how long they were dating?
I don't.
Do you remember when they started dating?
I don't remember when they started dating.
Okay. When did your brother buy you that TV?
I remember having the TV in the house on Aqua Ridge.
Mm-hmm.
So sometime after the fall of 2012. And then sometime between 2012, 2013, something like that.
Do you remember making a phone call to Charlie that morning and having a conversation with him without going into the details of that conversation?
Which morning?
The morning of Danny's murder.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Judge. Mr. Markel's murder. Do you remember how long you spoke for?
I don't remember how long I spoke for.
Now, you described your brother as a talker. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think I described him as more of a joker than a talker, but he does talk.
Do you remember the circumstances under which he made that statement that the state talked about hiring a hitman, but instead I got you this TV? Who else was around when the statement was made?
Well, he tends to repeat himself, so he kept repeating that joke because he thought it was funny.
Okay, but do you remember the time frame of when that happened? Like, was this way before, you know, during the course of your divorce, or was this after?
It would have been when he bought the TV.
TV is so important in this. You can't understate like the importance of the TV. Someone just brought up they would not have done this without Wendy's permission. Correct. You don't, as a gift or a surprise, go and murder the ex-husband of your sister or your daughter as a surprise gift. Because it sure is a gift you can't return. Oh, you didn't want that done? Oh, you didn't want the father of your children murdered? Oh, nothing we can do about it now. It's all been done, and we've now made you an accessory telling you about it. So it seems like by Wendy's testimony, she's taken the position that I don't know much. She's going to downplay how contentious the divorce was. She's going to downplay and deny that her family hated Dan Markel. When Donna Adelson told flat out that, I think that was Charlie Adelson's girlfriend at the time, and everybody's talking about Dan Markel like he's this great professor. He was a jerk. Like, we did the world a favor. Never mind my grandsons, and that they'll be looking for and missing their father forever. Never mind everyone who loved and cared for Dan Markel, never mind the suffering of his parents. Phil and Ruth Markel. We did the world a favor. So this would not be done. So everything in this testimony is to take the position that it was unlikely that her family had anything to do with this. But even if you do conclude that my family had something to do with it, I didn't know anything about it. So I'm willing to throw my brother under the bus. I'm willing to throw Donna possibly, my mother possibly under the bus, anything to save myself. And that's sort of a theme with the Adelsons, which is they all save themselves when it comes down to it. It's save yourself first, put yourself first. And that was, I believe, the values that Harvey and Donna taught their children. You had to be a winner in life, not a loser. And certainly you can't be much more of a loser than be doing life and murder, doing a life sentence without the possibility of parole in prison for a murder for hire. That's about as big of a loser as you can get. So that's the irony in this case, that the great values of Donna and Harvey that they passed on to their children, and Rob Adelson, the eldest, didn't seem to get this value, although he did achieve highly by becoming a doctor. But he testified he looked so thin and really not quite well. I don't think anybody would say he looked well. I think he still has a lot of feelings to sort out in connection to his family. And my opinion in retrospect, looking at his testimony, is that it brought up a lot of really uncomfortable things. And I wonder if he allowed himself to think about it more, he would have found maybe more incriminating things. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Seemed to think about it an awful lot. He seemed to be the only one after Dan Markel's murder to be interested in who did it. And Donna Adelson had no interest. Wendi Adelson, no one had any interest in who did it. Why did they have no interest? Because they knew who did it.
When he bought the TV, and that would be after the divorce.
Well, not after I filed for divorce, right? But not after the divorce was finalized. So sometime after, I really don't remember when I got the TV, but maybe sometime starting with the fall of 2012, sometime around then, but it could have been 2013.
Do you know, now your parents' apartment on South Beach, are they still living there?
No.
Okay, so they moved.
They did.
At the time, do you know how much their rent was in that apartment?
I have no idea.
You said they did not own that property?
No.
Okay. And now you said that you stayed in Tallahassee after the homicide.
I stayed for a few days.
Okay. And do you recall if Detective Isom tried to call you?
After I had left?
Before you left, and before you left Tallahassee, but after the memorial service for Mr. Markel?
He did not call me before I left Tallahassee, no.
Did he try to call you?
He called me when I was already on the road,
Okay.
about 4 hours away from Tallahassee.
All right. Did he ever try to talk to you again?
No.
As a prosecution? When is the first time the prosecution reached out to you to speak to you about what happened?
Right. Suspects in murder cases always say that. Like, nobody got in touch with me. You know, he did call her and she was like, bad connection. And then he was contacted by their lawyer and said that she wouldn't speak. She's not going to say that, of course. It makes her look guilty.
I don't remember ever talking with the prosecution.
Let's go sidebar.
Tried to speak to your brother's parents. Okay. Proceed, Your Honor. Okay. Do you know if Detective Isom ever tried to reach out to your parents?
I don't think he did.
Do you know if Detective Eisen ever tried to speak to your brother Charlie?
I don't think he did.
Now, you are testifying today under a state subpoena, correct?
Correct.
And that state subpoena gives you immunity for your testimony, right?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury, since you're an attorney, what immunity is?
Immunity is freedom from prosecution.
So that means that anything you say today can't be used against you if the state decides to arrest you later on.
The state isn't going to decide to arrest me.
Do you know if they consider you a suspect?
I don't know.
Now, the life insurance policy that the state was.
What is that reaction? Even I, who has no connection except as a commentator in this case, if someone had questioned me about the state arresting me, I would not laugh and say the state isn't arresting me. Why are you laughing about your husband's murder? I mean, obviously someone hired these people. So we have the middleman and the shooter on trial here together. And let's watch that again.
And that state subpoena gives you immunity for your testimony, right?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury, since you're an attorney, what immunity is?
Immunity is freedom from prosecution.
So that means that anything you say today can't be used against you if the state decides to arrest you later on.
The state isn't going to decide to arrest me.
Right. It's not just that they can't use her testimony against her. They can't use her testimony as anything that she says. And this is what makes it so difficult. And this is why sadly, it's not because I don't want it to happen. I sadly think it's the end. And I know it would be better for my channel and everything if I just was like, oh, any minute, Wendi Adelson. I think Wendi Adelson's going to be arrested tomorrow, right? Everybody be tuning in. If this were the stream not for Independence Day, but for the imminent arrest of Wendi Adelson, I'd love it. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. I think it's really hard. So you can't hurt the deal. So my understanding of the law is that you can't, from talking to lawyers about her immunity deals, that they can't use anything that she says against her, and they can't use anything as a springboard to investigate, to uncover facts to use against her. And that creates a really murky territory into what the defense, Wendi Adelson's defense attorney, could say. It's not so clear cut, is my understanding. Even if they really didn't use her testimony as a springboard, they could, to find facts, they could possibly successfully argue that the state did and get very salient facts thrown out in a trial against Wendi Adelson.
Do you know if they consider you a suspect?
I don't know.
Now, the life insurance policy that the state was asking you about.
Not to go into too many cases, but other cases, but has anyone ever heard of Carla Homolka and the deal with the devil? Paul Bernardo and Carl Homolka were Canadian serial killers, and they made a deal with Carla Homolka, who presented herself as a victim, very much like Wendi Adelson. And it wasn't till after they made this deal that they discovered videotapes that contradicted everything that Carla Homolka had said, that she was a willing, happy participant in their heinous, very heinous and disturbing crimes. I mean, this immunity deal was really the deal. In some ways, you could say this is another deal with the devil.
Have you received any money from the life insurance policy from Mr. Markel?
I don't know if maybe in the beginning, the life insurance that Danny owed me about $100,000 when he died.
Right. So she's saying she did benefit. So anytime she does a pause before an answer, that the answer doesn't flow naturally, you know that there's going to be a hedge, a hesitation, a lack of candor. One judge said in another trial, a lack of candor, a lie. A lie's coming. She's got to think about her answer, and she's already positioning herself to hedge and dodge.
Do you think that his family made that disbursement? I don't know if they paid that through the life insurance policy, but other than that, there's been, the life insurance policy is money put away for the kids. I've never seen it.
Do you have access to that, or you have no control over that?
I have no control over that.
All right. All right, and I have.
Okay, we're going to just be taking like, I'm sorry, I need like just a quick stretch break. So there's going to be just like other media thrown in here, Adelson related media thrown in here. Just trying to decide. I have so much stuff that's related to the Adelsons just pulled up, ready to show you guys. Let's pause and look at the Adelsons. They're genuine. This is the real advertisement for the Adelson family dentistry business. Take a look.
What I enjoy most about our practice is restoring a person's smile. That often changes their personality and gives them a more positive outlook on life. Our practice uses the most modern dental technology, from rotary endodontics, computer-generated ceramic restorations, digital radiographs, intraoral photography, and of course, we use nitrous oxide and oral sedation for the highest level of patient comfort and relaxation.
My name is Dr. Charlie Adelson, and I am a periodontist, owner, and co-partner with my father, Dr. Harvey Adelson, who's a cosmetic dentist. What I love about what I do is being able to restore people's smiles and change the way they chew, change the way they live, and change their self-esteem and how they think about themselves on a daily basis. When a patient comes to my office, they're being treated like family, and it's also being a team approach where the hygienist, the cosmetic dentist, and the periodontist are all working together to give them the optimal result.
My name is Jennifer Catchill. I've been coming here for about 10 years. My experiences have been very positive. The staff is very professional. I came here 10 years ago to get my veneers put on, and I have been absolutely thrilled with the results. And I can't say how wonderful and professional the staff has just been. They've been really, really caring and just amazing. I would definitely recommend this place to others. I have actually recommended for people to come here. My husband has come here as well.
My name is Quint Stevenson. I've been coming to Dr. Adelson's office for about 5.5 years now. They've been phenomenal. I'm never a big fan of the dentist, but ever since I got introduced to this office, great staff, very friendly, and I always feel like I'm taken care of well. Very professional. Every time I come here, I feel like I get the full most from their attention from the staff, and Dr. Adelson is himself as well. So it's a great experience every time I come. I look forward to it as well. I highly recommend them.
Okay, we're back. Oh boy.
Where did you say, so your boys are now down in Miami with your mother, correct?
At the moment, yes.
Okay. And you stopped letting Danny's parent or Mr. Markel's parents see the boys, is that correct?
2 years after Danny died, I stopped visitation.
Okay. Do you have any intention of letting them see their grandchildren again?
I do. We've actually been in discussion the last few weeks.
No further questions, Joe.
Redirect.
How many times have Dan's parents been able to see your boys in the last 5 years?
In the last 2 years after they died, they've been able to see them every time they've asked to see them.
Okay, what about the last 3 years?
Since 2016, they have not been permitted to see the boys.
They have not been permitted
That's right.
by you,
By me, yes.
right? And that's not through lack of trying on their part.
No, that's because of what they did.
Okay, but they want to see those boys, don't
They
they?
very much want to see the boys.
All right. And Dan Markel's sister is I'm not sure if this is the right word, but the executor of that trust for the boys. Is that right?
I think she has fiduciary responsibility over the trust for the
All
boys.
right, thank you. That sounds right. Did you at one time hold that position in Dan's will?
Oh, before we got divorced, I probably did.
Okay, but sometime after the divorce, he changed that over to the sister.
He must have, yes.
Okay. And did you initiate proceedings to try to fight that decision that he made to make the sister the executor or the beneficiary, have the fiduciary duty for this money over you, to the disbursement to your children?
Can you repeat
Okay,
rephrase the
so
question for
did
me?
you initiate any type of proceeding at any point to try to contest or fight Dan Markel's sister being appointed as this fiduciary for the life insurance for the boys?
I don't believe that I did.
You did not?
I don't remember doing that, no.
No further questions?
Any juror have a question of this witness? If you do, write it down. We'll go to that part.
So interesting when states do this, when they ask questions of witnesses. You like it too, Janet? Me too. I like to know what the jury's thinking about. This is a little bit less Bambi-like than her later performances. She usually has a look like mouth open, eyes really wide. She's very pretty. I mean, I know we're not supposed to comment on people's appearances, but guess I will. That's my impression. I mean, she's very pretty. She looks like, wouldn't you say? I mean, makeup done perfectly, hair perfect, outfit perfect for court, appropriate for court. She looks like someone who would never be involved in this kind of crime, and that's the point. If you've been watching my channel, that's a theme, right? What do murderers look like? What do murderers by hire? I mean, it's same thing. Murder by hire, murderers, same thing. Either way, you're making it happen. What's going on with the cameraman here? Lordy. Do they have any questions for her?
Remember what it related to exactly. Ms. Adelson, I don't remember what it related to exactly. I mean, I remember you saying this, and one of the jurors had a question about, you said your memory had been refreshed about something. What did you mean by that?
So over 5 years have passed since Danny died. And
Speak to them.
sorry. So more than 5 years have passed since Danny died. And a lot of the things that we're talking about today, I just don't remember at all. And so to refresh my memory, to make sure that I could remember things, certain documents were shown to me, emails, legal pleadings from the case, so that I could remember what was happening at that time.
One of the jurors was a little confused with the timing. You had said you had a boyfriend and that it was not clear to them whether you said it was a month after your separation and filing for divorce or a month after it was finalized.
Sure. So I started dating someone who was a friend of mine for many years, and it didn't become romantic until after I had filed for divorce. So about a month after I filed for divorce, someone.
Whoa, that's quick. She's like, I already knew him. We were already friends. But a month after I filed for divorce, I got with someone else. A month, 30 days. Awfully quick, Wendi, awfully quick. And she knows it. That's why we get the long wind up to that answer. I was hoping you guys didn't pick up on how quick that was, but unfortunately, one of you on the jury did.
Who was a friend in my life became more like a boyfriend than a friend.
Okay. What was wrong with the television that had to be repaired?
I think one of my kids might have thrown something at it.
Look at that. Look at that answer. I forget this part. I really forgot this part totally. This wasn't a testimony of all of Wendy's testimonies that I've been over. This is probably the least dramatic of her testimonies. Because it's her first. I forgot this part. It's really important. What a great question. What happened to the TV? What happened to the TV, Wendi? What was wrong with it?
I think one of my kids might have thrown something at it, so there was a crack in the TV.
Right. So when something happens that you didn't see to something you own, you usually have no idea. I mean, I don't think you would have ever, actually, I take that back. You would never have no idea. You would always have some theory, right? I think what might have happened, this vase is smashed on the ground, but it also seemed to like maybe catch a corner of the TV. I don't even know if a vase would, I don't even think a vase would hurt a TV screen. But you would have some idea. I live with two people. I know Jeffrey Lacasse didn't do it. Then it had to be my children. But did she ask her children if she did it? I mean, that would be the next. Did you ask your children? Well, they were so young. Were any of them speaking at the time? What made you think your children did it? Because Jeffrey Lacasse said a child couldn't do this kind of thing to a TV. Wouldn't have been strong enough.
And why have Mr. Markel's parents not been allowed to see the grandchildren?
Well, they were allowed to.
Wow, this jury is super paying attention. So they had this one juror on this case who would not convict Catherine McBanawa because she had kids. They didn't want to send her to prison because they felt sorry for her. This was my experience as a juror, not totally with the whole jury. I was on a child predation case. The victim testified. She was about 16. Her family testified. We were told in jury selection that it would be a case with, it's a, you know, these kind of crimes. Of essays of minors are done in private. So there aren't a lot of witnesses. You know, there aren't any witnesses in this case. So that we were told there wouldn't be a lot of evidence. It wasn't an evidence-heavy case. But the first vote was 11-1. We had one woman who just misheard a lot of the evidence, just liked the defendant who testified. So it was 11-1 guilty. I was part of that 11-1. It was one woman. And she was flipped by a civil lawyer who was also on the, I think he did the most to really flip her. I stood back because I knew, I don't know. I felt I would be helpful in changing her mind. I let the others do it at least first. And then she eventually flipped. But when we all decided to convict this guy. We had jurors weeping for the defendant, which I found very strange because we had been introduced to the victim's family members. And I think it's this thing we have in our society now where they make all these criminals into victims. We have so much media propagation, and we've really groomed our young people into thinking of all of these accused and convicted criminals as victims. So it's just me and this other male juror who's around the same age as I did. We were scratching our heads going, why are you crying? We're giving justice to this victim's family members and the victim. No, they were boo-hooing over this guy who was, in my opinion, not likable. But so same thing. Same thing here with this case. Catherine McBanoa, who I think, can be sympathetic in certain ways, other ways not so much. She certainly messed up her life for money.
See the grandchildren for 2 full years, and I used to cook meals for them and arrange play dates. We had sleepovers, and then I found out that that Ruth Markel had reached out to a foster care agency to try to place my children with that agency, and I became very worried.
That's untrue. Just so you know, that's untrue. What she had done is that should Wendi be arrested, she wanted to make sure that the kids had someplace to go, which is a very rational, reasonable thing to do before they get in her care. But I believe, I've heard rumors that the Markels didn't attend the wedding. So maybe that there were issues, tensions between these families from much earlier than we know. If anybody knows or has a picture of the Markels actually at the wedding, let me know. Send it to me, robertaglass23@gmail.com.
Afraid that they were trying to take my children away from me. And so after that time, I didn't feel a level of trust that they could spend time with the kids. I was afraid they were trying to take them from me.
Okay. Follow up, Ms. Captain.
Your reference to the foster care agency, does that have to do with an email that was sent to me from your mother-in-law?
Yeah.
Right. That kosher thing, I've really been over that. Go back to my episodes. I did an entire episode on how you keep a kosher kitchen, what kosher is, how incredibly difficult it is. I'm always rooting for the Markel family. This is not a criticism of the Markel family, but I do believe Ruth is downplaying how difficult kosher is by saying, well, the kids could just be a vegetarian, and they were vegetarians for a while, and that because you can't mix milk and meat when you're kosher, and that would just cover it. It is so intensely involved. And as much as I dislike Wendi Adelson and the Adelson family, this is a real blind spot. And I usually end my Markel episodes by reading a victim impact statement in this case. And that's one of the things that Dan Markel's friend said, is that he had a blind spot, that he believed love could overcome everything or anything. And this kosher eating thing is a real trouble. And unless I spent 20 years as a vegetarian from age 12 to 32, is that right? Yeah. And it is very hard on a growing body. I don't think it's a solution for, I don't think it's a good idea for young people who aren't fully grown to be vegetarians. That's my own opinion, having been a vegetarian for 20 years and my health suffered from it. So I don't think it's a solution, just being a vegetarian or just bring, it was a major issue that should have been worked out pre-wedding. However, that said, it is not right for Wendi Adelson to just decide on her own and Donna to decide on their own that the food's not going to be kosher and to basically give Dan Markel the middle finger. What all that really means is my wishes are going to control. My wishes are most important. I'm going to control this marriage. I have the upper hand, and you're going to live with any of my decisions. It was a real message. And it showed a lot of resentment towards Dan Markel to just make the food not kosher at his wedding. And they should have never gotten married if they couldn't work out their religious positions. My understanding is that Dan Markel got, according to my interview with Ruth Markel, got more and more religious as the marriage went on. So he was an observant Jew enough at this time to want to have kosher food at the wedding because he went out to help feed the rabbi who couldn't eat at Dan Markel's wedding. Dan Markel was rightfully pissed. So go back to my episode. I really went in depth. I mean, you have to have 2 different ovens. I mean, it is really, really involved. I think this is a sort of an element that's kind of downplayed in this case, is how really serious it is when one person wants to raise their family kosher and one doesn't. And especially also if you want to work, it's like a full-time job keeping a kosher kitchen. No joke.
Yes, it does.
All right, that's Dan's mother.
Yes.
And that email was in reference to, in the event that you and your parents were arrested in association with this crime, could I please contact that particular agency to assist with the children in the event they have no guardian temporarily until they could get down here from where they reside in Canada? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so they were not trying to take your children unless there was an event where you were unable to care for them.
But because there's no event in which I would be unable to care for them, that feels like trying to take away my children.
Thank you.
Garcia.
No follow-up question.
McVan.
And this email about there being possible arrests of you and your family, that came right after Catherine McVan was arrested, right?
I don't remember exactly the timeline of that.
Okay, thank you.
Further, Ms. Captain? No, sir. All right, you can step down. Do we need to keep this witness any further? Anybody need her any further? McVan?
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Hold on a second, Ms. Adelson.
Under subpoena, Your Honor.
All right. You remain under their subpoena. Right.
All right. So we actually got through the first testimony. Hooray. If you're just tuning in, we're watching all of Wendi Adelson's testimony. I can't believe we made it through the first one. Here, let me go. I put the show notes, so the links to everything that we're using in this. And I hope this is the second one. It's really hard because she wears the same. Yeah, this is the retrial. So here we go. Let me just share my screen for 1 second and exit that out. How's everything doing? Yeah. How's everybody doing? No, I'm not signing off, Allie. No, we're going on to the set. We're moving through all our testimony. I'm going to try to do it. If I don't melt, it's going to be 100 degrees here. This is like the third or fourth day of 100-degree weather here. My air conditioner is being stretched to the absolute maximum. Thank you, Tater. It's nice to see you. People have been asking about you. I think it was Bossy Texas Chick asking about you. So we're going to see how much we can get through before I melt. And I'm a little bit antsy just naturally as a person. So I'm sort of, moving in my seat a little bit. But we'll see what we can get through. So this is in Catherine McBannarow's retrial. Let's get into it. No, you're not seeing double. Wendi Adelson is wearing the same dress, same outfit exactly. Very clever. It looks like it looks just like a little, we all gain and lose weight. This is not a criticism of her looks. It's just remarking that it looks like a little tighter in the upper sleeves when you start to gain maybe a little weight than last time. And we all get older. We're all going there. No one's getting any younger, including Wendi Adelson. But just remarking on just some differences. Her hair is not quite so done. I know Florida humidity is legendary. Let's get into it.
Be conferred upon you by the subpoena mean that you can never be prosecuted associated with this case.
That's right.
That's what you think it means?
This is one of my moderators, Maestro's. This is his channel. He put this together.
All right, state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Wendi Adelson.
All right, Wendi Adelson, please.
You know what's weird is that I never wrote a song about Wendi. It's just that Charlie and Donna have such giant personalities compared to Wendi, who basically always just plays the victim in any scenario. Is that John? That's not John Lauro, is it? Who is that right there in the red tie?
Okay, Ms. Adelson, if you come up to the witness stand, please. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Please raise your right hand and respond to the clerk.
For my defense, John Lauro looks so different depending on every picture that you see of him. So let me just show you just for a second. This is Wendi Adelson's lawyer. She hired an incredibly good lawyer. So this is he. And then this is also, he really looks like very different depending on, he represented, he's an ex-prosecutor. Let's see if I can read a little bit about him. He's an accomplished trial lawyer with over 30 years of experience. Throughout his career, he has concluded several high-profile matters that have generated considerable public attention. But he's most famous for representing, I would say, maybe the January 6th people or somehow Trump related to January 6th. But also Mr. Lawrence, an individual charged in the first .com security fraud case brought in federal court in Manhattan, which resulted in a jury acquittal. Do you know how hard that is to do? So basically, he represented someone in a .com securities fraud who got acquitted. And I believe federal prosecutors in New York win 90-something% of their cases. It's very hard to get an acquittal in a federal case in Manhattan. And he did it. So that's why that comes pretty high up in the paragraph there. As an elected official, he focused his attention on the development of the Georgetown waterfront and other constitute issues. He attended Georgetown University, where formerly convicted double murderer of his adopted parents, Arlene and Seymour Tankleff, Marty Tankleff works, and also Heyman Lee's convicted killer. Adnan Syed also works, teaching classes in how to get convicted killers out of prison. That's John Laura. Okay, back to Wendi. That's what we're all here for.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Please have a seat. Ms. Kappelman?
Thank you, Your Honor. Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Wendi Adelson, Wendiadelson.
Ms. Adelson, where do you currently live?
I currently live in Miami Beach.
And are you here today pursuant to a state subpoena?
Yes, I am.
And do all state subpoenas confer immunity?
I don't know if all state subpoenas confer immunity, but this one does.
Okay, and do you believe that your subpoena is special or different from other state subpoenas?
I don't believe it's special or different, so I suppose they all carry immunity.
All right, and does the immunity conferred upon you by the subpoena mean that you can never be prosecuted associated with this case?
That's right.
That's what you think it means?
That's what I think it means.
Okay. And do you think, isn't it true that it's use and derivative use immunity? Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, but not complete immunity from prosecution. Do you agree with that?
That's different than what you just asked before. So I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
All right, so what I'm trying to allow the jury to understand is what sort of immunity you have. What is your understanding of what it means for you to have immunity pursuant to the state subpoena?
So I have derivative and use immunity. And so in the future, a prosecutor couldn't use what I say here today against me.
Correct. But you could be prosecuted. Just nothing you said here today could be used against you in that prosecution. Do you agree with that?
I suppose so.
Okay. Have you made any sort of special deal with the state attorney's office or with any law enforcement or government agent?
No.
All right. Was there a time?
Yeah, I think Wendi, you know, I saw this differently at the time, but she's kind of right. It's really hard to prosecute someone and say that that nothing she said sparked our interest to use this evidence or that evidence against her. We didn't dig any further into these topics after she testified. It didn't spark us to, I mean, it's kind of like a hard thing to prove. So it's not just, again, I'm going to repeat myself, but it's not just that you can't use anything that she says against her, which would be great. Like, okay, we're not going to show any juries, any testimony of her trial, of any trial that Wendi Adelson has testified in relation to this case. Fine. You would think that would be easy to try her. But no, it's also that you can't use anything she says as a springboard to investigate an avenue, go down an avenue that could possibly bring up some evidence against her. So I think she's essentially, I believe her understanding that she will not be tried for this case bar some kind of incredible witness with some evidence that nobody's seen before, that's ironclad. I don't think they ever will try her. I think, her punishment, I think, is that this will follow her everywhere she goes. It affects her life in so many ways. And the any man that Googles her, who might date her, I don't know how much they will care. And certainly we've seen formerly convicted killers who've gotten out by hook or by crook get married and have kids. It's affected her job. Everywhere she goes, she's notorious. She's one of the most notorious figures in the true crime community. All those things can't be fun, but I would say those things beat prison. Being in prison like her mother, Donna, and her brother, Charlie. She benefited the most out of this crime, and that's what drives us all so crazy, is that she benefited the most out of this crime. It's impossible to believe, if you really know this case and look at all the evidence in this case, that she wasn't an active participant, if not the catalyst. But she's incredibly well protected. She went to a really strong lawyer, a powerful lawyer, a lawyer with powerful connections. She protected herself. And she also protected herself as far as making evidence against herself. Something Donna could not stop doing when she was in jail, was making evidence against herself. I wonder, had we not had the prison snitches testify, I mean, that just seemed to be the nail in her coffin.
Time that you lived in Tallahassee.
Yes, I used to live in Tallahassee.
What was the time frame that you lived here?
I was here for about 8 years. I lived here my last year of law school, so the academic year 05-06. We were in Miami for 06-07, and then I would have been back 2007 to 2014.
Right. It's her entitlement that drives us all crazy. So she might not be wrong that her understanding of limited immunity and is that she won't be prosecuted. It's kind of right. I mean, every lawyer that I talked to, I asked a lot of questions at the time that I was covering this about what you could do. And I looked at the law myself. I mean, really trying to understand what were the chances. There is a case against her if you want to do it. It's so many hurdles with this. I wonder how many lawyers have looked at a case against her and told Georgia Kappelman, you just can't do it. It would be undone in appeal so easily. That's my thought. Blue River, thank you so much. She's so cocky, then again, she is what she is. Yeah, very promiscuous. A lot of if you've ever looked at the characteristics of a sociopath or a psychopath, big risk taking, highly promiscuous, lack of feeling. I mean, what makes my blood run cold is when she told Jeffrey Lacoste that, she wasn't bothered, none of it. She wasn't bothered by any of the highly emotional things that bothered him.
All right. And what brought you back to Tallahassee after you returned to Miami after law school?
Well, I went to Tallahassee to finish law school.
Mm-hmm.
And then we went to Miami because Danny had a job opportunity at University of Miami. It
Okay.
didn't come to fruition. He was not hired. And so we came back to Florida State.
And so your husband had a job opportunity here at Florida State?
Yes,
Okay, and that's what brought you to Tallahassee?
that's what brought us here.
And you also had a job opportunity at Florida State, is that right?
That's right.
What was that job?
I worked at the FSU Center for Human Rights. And at first, I was a staff attorney. I used to represent victims of violent crime, asylum seekers, and victims of human trafficking. And then I taught various classes at FSU Law School. And then I ran something called a medical legal partnership.
And how long did you do that?
I was working at FSU for 7 years.
All right, so basically the whole time you were here in Tallahassee.
When I wasn't a student, I was working for FSU.
All right. When did you meet Dan Markel?
Danny and I met first online, and we met when I was starting my 2L year of law school. So that would have been 04, fall of 2004.
And when were the two of you married?
We were married in February 2006.
Do you have any children in common?
We have 2 children.
All right, both boys?
Both boys.
All right, during the time that you moved to Tallahassee, the second time to work here at Florida State, were you living with Dr. Markel the entire time as a married couple?
I'm sorry, Dr. Markel?
I'm sorry, Mr. Markel, Dan Markel, your husband.
Were we living as a married couple when we returned to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Yes. So by that point, we returned in August maybe of 06. So we got married in February of 06. We've been married 6 months by then.
And the entire time that you were living as a married couple, was that at the Trescott address that we've seen photos of earlier?
No, we lived first in a rented house. I actually don't remember what neighborhood it was now. It's been a while. But we lived there until we bought our house. So maybe 6 months in the other location. I don't remember exactly how long.
All right. Do you remember what year you moved into the Trescott address?
We moved into the Trescott address. Maybe, I don't remember exactly what year. Probably, it would have been 2008 or 2009. It was before my older son was.
Hater, I think it's because the legal issues. It's not that I think they could get a conviction. It's having that conviction stand and not get undone. Then you have to defend that conviction. And you know, because you're a moderator for my channel, like a theme of my channel, I talk about innocence fraud. They never stop trying to appeal the case. And you have to remember that Charlie Adelson went right, he chose a jury consultant that was heavily connected to the wrongful conviction movement. So they know about it. I mean, I just think, she's also a lawyer herself. Wendi Adelson would never stop working to overturn, this is a hypothetical. Should Wendi Adelson have been convicted for this, she would never stop trying to overturn her case. And it is not guaranteed. There is always many times there is someone sympathetic. We always hear about, it's like only in this country is the idea of someone getting out on a technicality or a loophole in the law or a technicality or some kind of legal issue really described as a technicality or a legal issue or like a nonsense issue that some judge bought. So if she overturned her conviction, she would be considered, the way the media would spin it, even knowing the temperature of the audience, which is, like the general American public who follow this case. My unofficial polling is that 99.9% of the people who have looked into this case conclude that Wendi was in on it. This could not have been done. I'll say it again for those in the back. It could not have been done as a gift to Wendi. Don't tell Wendi we're going to just eliminate her ex-husband from planet Earth, i.e. murder him, have him murdered as a surprise present for Wendi. Because we'll know she'll love it. Doesn't work that way. He has to be totally on board. That would just tear a family apart if you did that and the gift didn't go over as planned. Let's put it that way. So if she could have overturned her conviction, she would be exonerated, not guilty, always maintained her innocence. All the same stuff we always hear about in every other case that I talk about on this channel. I think there's two things that, it just seems like our media loves to see people beat the system, regardless of what they're convicted of.
Right, and you were living there he was living there in 2014 when this murder occurred, correct?
He was living there in 2014.
And you were no longer living there?
I stopped living there in 2012.
In 2012, was there a separation first before a divorce, or?
Yes, there was a separation.
When was the separation effective?
September 2012.
And whose decision was it?
Thank you. Yes. That Tater Bug, thank you. You're doing better than I am of summing it all up. I had a very long roundabout way, but basically I'm saying is if you can overturn your conviction by hook or by crook, any way in this country, anytime you get out of prison in this country, it's considered an exoneration. What is an exoneration in this country? Just overturning your conviction. There's very few people, ditto an acquittal. Like I say, we skate through the surface of life, and most people skate through the surface of life because we do not have time. Most people do not have time to look at even the videos of these trials, let alone the court transcripts, let alone the appeals court decision. So basically what you're saying is if they cannot get 100% solid conviction, it's better for her and better for Georgia Cappleman and the Tallahassee State's Attorney's Office that she be considered as guilty in the general public that follows this case than claimed as innocent. Yeah, that's my point. I think they just can't do it legally. I think with a real solid conviction. That's my theory on it. I would love for it to be the other way. I hope I'm wrong. Nothing would please me more than to be wrong about this. This is just how I see it now.
To separate.
It was my decision.
And was part of the reason for the separation differing views on how your children should be raised within the Jewish faith?
I mean, that's certainly part of it, but not really a central decision. It was more just our relationship overall. I mean, Danny certainly we were on different pages when it came to religion, but I wouldn't say that was.
And that's what I'm specifically inquiring about, was that part of it? So I think your answer is yes, that was part of it.
Sure.
Okay, you are both Jewish, correct?
Yes.
All right, and both of you did agree to raise the children within the Jewish faith?
We did.
Okay, so what were the differences between the two of you on that front?
Probably in the observance of keeping kosher. So I
discussed this with some people who know the law much better than I did and understand it. It's really, and even they found these issues so complicated and vague and open to interpretation and difficult to get around. So I go back to my reaction when Wendi says, I just don't think it's something you laugh about. Like, I'm never going to be prosecuted for my ex-husband's murder. So weird to laugh about. It's your ex-husband who's been murdered. So whether you're not, when you married him, you had second thoughts or you didn't think you were going to be with him, you married this man. You have 2 children with this man. He's the father of your children. What are you laughing about? It is arrogant. But as a lawyer, these lawyers know how to protect themselves. And that's what I talk about on this channel, which is this innocence fraud phenomenon and there's the lawyers that are doing it. And it's like organized crime among lawyers. They're getting rich, getting guilty criminals out of prison. It's scary.
I don't keep kosher, and Danny did, and that became difficult to do in Tallahassee and difficult to do with differing beliefs around that.
Can you explain for the jurors what keeping kosher means?
Sure. It's a separation of milk from meat. So you couldn't have a cheeseburger, for example, right? You couldn't have milk with a meat product. And the meat has to be killed in a ritual specific way that's been blessed by a rabbi. And you're not supposed to eat shellfish of any kind, so no seafood. There's a lot more rules, but those are just some high level ones.
All right, and was it very important to your husband that the children be raised on a kosher diet?
It was, yes.
All right, and that was something that was not important to you.
It's not a question of it not being important to me. It just started to supersede other things that are important, like love and trust.
So I have many lawyers in my family, or, that they're all deceased now. My grandfather, my dad's side, was a lawyer. My great-grandfather on my mother's side was a lawyer. But there's something about, everyone who I talk to is a lawyer. I ask privately or, as part of an episode, I always ask them, like, do you think, what's up with all these lawyers and their vague morality? Are they like that before they get to law school, or is their morality kind of beaten out of them? And everyone has a different answer. It's just, they're amazing to watch. They look like gods in the courtroom. They always have the right thing to say. They always have the question at their fingertips. Their ability to manipulate emotions is, I would say, greater than most Hollywood actors. Really good lawyers. I mean, they always have the right things, the right look in the courtroom. They always have the language. It's like right at the tip of their tongue. It's amazing to watch some of these lawyers. It's hard not to sort of drop your jaw in admiration. So I always feel like really split watching these lawyers. Because I know how easily most prosecutors will quit their job tomorrow and take more money to defend someone who's done something stomach turning and sleep fine. I mean, I just have so much to say. I'm always thinking about that subject of the morality of lawyers and what lawyers are capable of and how much they think like criminals. And I'm not just talking about criminal lawyers. I'm talking about civil lawyers. I'm not talking about so much people who do contracts and stuff like that. That's a lot lesser. But people who delve into the arena of the criminal, either civilly or otherwise, federally, everything. It's really remarkable. Excuse me.
Okay, did that diet seem impractical to you?
At times it was complicated. I mean, there was one particular time I had taken the boys to a picnic for one of my clients for one of her children. And my older son had pizza, and Danny was very, very upset about this. He was maybe 1 at the time, but it was pizza that wasn't kosher. And so that became challenging.
Yeah. I mean, this is, as much as I looked in this case, I don't want to get too sympathetic towards Wendi Adelson because I'm not. But on this issue of the kosher food, it's a real issue. Like I said, no one should go into a marriage without that worked out. And I get that this happened to a friend of mine, where she got into a marriage and then her husband became really very religious. And she sort of had to reluctantly raise the kids kosher and eat kosher food because of him. And he's the one going to synagogue, and a really very much like Dan Markel, very similar thing as he got older. It became more important to him. But lawyers have a bad reputation, but they're also so admired. All right, I'm going to throw something out here as an idea because it is starting to get so hot, is to finish up as much as we can and maybe take a break so I can take a cold shower and cool down and maybe come back in the evening and finish this up. I don't know. What do you guys think? I guess it's not the technical term for a marathon, but I am waning on this. We'll see. Let's see. I'm just dying in the heat of this room. That's all. Let me know if that would be acceptable to anybody, or if I should just do as much as I can at once and don't come back. I don't know. Let me know what your preferences are in the chat, and we'll see how we do.
All right, so this was something that sort of came up as an issue during the course of the marriage.
It did.
All right, and other things as well. I don't mean to suggest that it was based solely on the children's diets, but that was something that is going to come up later, and I wanted to make sure the jurors understood what was meant by kosher diet. All right, did you move out of the marital home when you separated?
I did.
And where did you go to live when you left the marital home?
I rented a house, and I went to that house.
All right, was that at the Aqua Ridge residence?
Yes, it was.
Does 3303 Aqua Ridge sound right?
That sounds right.
Okay, and that location is here in Leon County, right?
It is.
Okay, as well as the Trescott residence.
They're both in Leon County.
About how far apart are those two residences?
I think it used to take about 15, 20 minutes to drive, depending on traffic.
How long after you moved out of the home did you file for divorce?
I actually don't remember the answer to that. I'm assuming I would have filed for divorce right away.
Within a month sound about right?
That sounds about right.
Okay, I'm going to show you Exhibit 59 and ask you to take a look at the exhibit. I do not expect you to look at every page of the
I know. It's just important to me when I set out to do something to complete it. That's all. That's all. Have you guys seen, by the way, on YouTube, this is just like neither here nor there, but have you seen, like, if you're watching a cat video and you hit the thumbs up, that the thumbs up becomes a cat? I think you have to have cat or kitty in the title. And it makes me want to put like cat and the kitty in the title of every single one of my videos. Because I think it's such a cool little feature.
But I think you've had an opportunity to look at this exhibit previously a little bit, right?
I don't have any memory of that.
Okay. So this is the first time you've ever seen this exhibit?
It's the first time I remember. It's
All right,
very
well, just
big.
Take a look and kind of just thumb through it. I again don't expect you to familiarize yourself with every page.
It's
My question, Ms. Adelson, you can look through it as much as needed to answer
Well, that
this
was
question.
She had a question. What was your
It's
question?
just, it looks like it's about 800 pages long. So you want me to
I
look
want
through
you to
it?
look through it as much as is needed to answer the following question. Does it appear to be a fair and accurate copy of your divorce file?
I mean, from the front page, sure.
Okay. Do you have, I mean, thumb through it a little bit and just see if there's any reason to dispute that that's your complete divorce file from the clerk's office. It's certified if you want to take a look at the certification.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, so I want you to take a look, if you would, at the petition that is on State's Exhibit 59, pages 1 through 5.
The one right on top?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All the pages should be numbered through, so I'm referring to 1 through 5 on the bottom right corner there.
Mhm.
Okay, and that was your petition for divorce, correct?
Yes.
And so this was, would you agree that this was a contentious divorce?
I think it was made much more difficult by Danny, who didn't want to get divorced, but sure, we can
All
call
right.
it contentious.
Not what we would classify as an amicable divorce. You hear about those.
No, it would be not an amicable divorce.
All right. And part of what you were seeking in your divorce in these documents in front of you was permission from the court to move with your children to South Florida. Is that correct?
That was part of the overall divorce proceedings.
All right. And specifically on pages 43 through 50, there's a petition to include a request to be allowed to relocate with minor children. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And why were you seeking to move to South Florida?
I was seeking a place that would be stable and permanent for the kids and me. Danny never planned on staying in Tallahassee. It was just a question of time before he moved to New York to be with his girlfriend or had dreams of being at Harvard. So Tallahassee was just a temporary stopping point. I wanted a place that was permanent for us where we had family support.
And why did South Florida seem like a place of permanence to you?
Right. I mean, because we had family support, because I work in immigration, there were a lot of career opportunities for me there.
Are you from South Florida?
I am.
Okay. And when you say family support, what family resided there?
My mother, father, and brother.
Was the relocation to South Florida the most important part of your divorce?
No.
Was it your most non-negotiable term?
No.
Okay. But it was very important to you?
I wouldn't say it was very important to me.
Was it very important to your mother?
She was much more looking forward to having.
This is a really important testimony right here. And Wendi Adelson knows it. Was the relocation the most important thing? Now, if you weren't involved, you'd say, yeah, it was really important to me. Because it gives you a Wendi Adelson, you have to remember, is thinking like a lawyer, always thinking like a lawyer. It's the most important thing because it goes to motive. So if you don't know, the prosecutors, their theory of their case is that Donna, Charlie, Donna and Charlie, and possibly Harvey's an unindicted co-conspirator in this case. Let's not forget that. That they all wanted to make Wendi happy because Wendi was so miserable in Tallahassee. Remember, Wendi was groomed to be like a Harvard law professor, really prestigious, although FSU has a good reputation as far as law is my understanding, but really big, Ivy League time. They were all really pushed to succeed and make money and gain power and become part of the elite. And Tallahassee is not Miami for Donna Adelson, who's from Brooklyn. right? All these things to have the, in New York, having the right address is very important. People are known to get apartments on, like, say, Park Avenue or some other very prestigious location and live on a low floor just to have the address. It's a calling card. I'm somebody. I made it. I made it to Park Avenue. Park Avenue is a really good example. Miami, similar way. This is so for Wendi to say that she loved Tallahassee. She didn't say her last testimony. She wouldn't answer really the question as to whether she was unhappy in Tallahassee. She just said she liked her job. She kind of just backed away and answered a different question. Nobody was asking her if she liked her job or she was happy in her job. She wrote an entire book about how Tallahassee was just a stop on the way to civilization. Donna had the same attitude. So it's an important, so I just find it so interesting, the questions the last jury asked her. They were all such good questions. I'm hitting it right on the mark, but I don't believe any of them asked her whether she liked Tallahassee or not. So it also makes it very easy for Donna and Charlie to turn around and say, look, we couldn't get a fair trial in Tallahassee. Look at how prejudiced they were against us because we didn't like Tallahassee. They can't see the evidence against them. And if you listen to Charlie Adelson's calls with his mother, Donna, before she was arrested, I mean, he's just like exaggerating what reasonable doubt means. It means any doubt, having any doubt. It's not any doubt. It has to be a reasonable doubt. So, yeah, important. Let's listen to that again, just real quick.
Is it very important to you?
I wouldn't say it was very important to me.
Was it very important to your mother?
She was much more looking for.
Was the relocation to South Florida the most important part of your divorce?
No.
Was it your most non-negotiable term?
No.
Okay. But it was very important to you?
I wouldn't say it was very important to me.
Was it very important to your mother?
She was much more looking forward to having her daughter and her grandchildren home. Yeah.
All right. If you would take a look for me at page 46, paragraph E. Just read that to yourself and let me know when you've had an opportunity to read that.
Can be a really aggressive hothead, is my understanding. He broke a patient's jaw. He was in civil litigation over that. In the practice of his, dentistry, he broke a patient's jaw. That's a scary dentist. But my understanding, and just looking at him, is he's not doing well. That Donna was the one running the ship. Her face shows contempt. Contempt is like do I have that? Let me see if I can show you this. Like how people lie. This is in connection to, this is like a 5-minute video, but it's kind of important if we're looking at her facial expressions. This is about Amanda Knox, but I think it's pertinent here. We're going to look at Wendi Adelson's facial expression. This is lie spotting. Take a listen.
Trained lie spotters get to the truth 90% of the time. The rest of us were only 54% accurate. Why is it so easy to learn? Well, they're good liars and they're bad liars. They're no real original liars. We all make the same mistakes. We all use the same techniques. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you two patterns of deception, and then we're going to look at the hot spots and see if we can find them ourselves. We're going to start with speech.
I want you to listen to me. I'm going to say this again. I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Miss Lewinsky. I never told anybody to lie, not a single time, never. These allegations are false, and I need to go back to work for the American people. Thank you.
Okay, what were the telltale signs? Well, first we heard what's known as a non-contracted denial. Studies show that people who are overdetermined in their denial will resort to formal rather than informal language. We also heard distancing language, that woman. We know that liars will unconsciously distance themselves from their subject using language as their tool.
I did not kill my friend. I did not wield a knife. I had no reason to.
Now, if Bill Clinton had said, well, to tell you the truth, or Richard Nixon's favorite, in all candor, he would have been a dead giveaway for any lie spotter that knows that qualifying language, as it's called, qualifying language like that, further discredits the subject.
I look at it as an admission of innocence, to be quite honest, because...
Why do you think that this judge goes further than any other? That not only does he say this is the knife, not only does he say that you had it because of DNA around the bottom of the blade and the hilt, but that he believes you are the one who actually killed Meredith Kircher.
I mean, I can't speculate what this judge's motivations are, personal motivations or otherwise. What I can say is that...
Freud had it right. Freud said, look, there's much more to it than speech. No mortal body can language.
keep a secret.
With body language, here's what you got to do. You really got to just throw your assumptions out the door. Let the science temper your knowledge a little bit. Because we think liars fidget all the time. Well, guess what? They're known to freeze their upper bodies when they're lying. Liars won't look in the eyes. Well, guess what? They look you in the eyes a little too much just to compensate for that myth.
Did you kill Meredith Kircher?
No.
Were you there that night?
No.
Do you know anything you have not told police that you have not said in this book? Do you know anything?
No, I don't.
Ask a deceptive person to tell their story. They're going to pepper it with way too much detail in all kinds of irrelevant places.
I was, in the month that we were living together, we were becoming friends. A week before the murder occurred, we went out to a classical music concert
and then
together.
They're going to tell their story in strict chronological order. And what a trained interrogator does is they come in, and in very subtle ways, over the course of several hours, they will ask that person to tell their story backwards. And then they'll watch them squirm and track which questions produce the highest volume of deceptive tells. Why do they do that? Well, we all do the same thing. We rehearse our words, but we rarely rehearse our gestures. We say yes, we shake our heads no.
No.
Were you there that night?
No.
Do you know?
We tell very convincing stories. We slightly shrug our shoulders. We commit terrible crimes, and we smile at the delight in getting away with it. Now, that smile is known in the trade as duping delight.
Actually killed Meredith Kircher.
Here. But there's one I can teach you that's very dangerous and that's easy to learn, and that's the expression of contempt. Now, with anger, you've got two people on an even playing field. It's still somewhat of a healthy relationship, but when anger turns to contempt, you've been dismissed. It's associated with moral superiority, and for that reason, it's very, very hard to recover from. Here's what it looks like. It's marked by one lip corner pulled up and in. It's the only asymmetrical expression. And in the presence of contempt, whether or not deception follows, and it doesn't always follow, look the other way, go the other direction, reconsider the deal, say, no, thank you, I'm not coming up for just one more nightcap.
Did you kill Meredith Kircher?
Will not go back there. There are going to be some people who look at that decision and say it's a sign of guilt. She's got something to hide and she doesn't want to stand trial. going to keep up with this trial? Is there some sort of a closed circuit feed that you'll be able to see each day? You're going to be going to school, so your time is an issue. Are you going
Okay, we are back. So what do we learn from that? Liars hold their bodies a little too still. We're looking for qualifying language, signs of contempt, adding too much flourish and detail. That's some of the things we're looking for. Did I miss some things? Let me know. So I know it's, to me, it's obvious. Like when I use like an example from another case, she is out, Mima. You can go to my Amanda Knox things. I'm not going to go into that rabbit hole. I've done a ton of episodes on the murder of Meredith Kircher. But I was just using that as what to look for with Wendi. Flourishes, like too much details, formal language. There's another one I missed. Did not. Adding too much detail to a story, holding her body too still. Signs of contempt. So it's like I don't know what, like that kind of thing. Double negatives. Thank you. Double negatives. So going forward, let's let's keep an eye out for those things. I have gotten a cold seltzer water and I feel a lot better. Okay, here we go. I've cooled down. It's helping me cool down. It's keeping me cool. It's like, she's so still. I didn't know if I unpaused it there. Look how still she is. They hold their upper body stiff. That's for sure.
Do you want me to read the second one?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And in those paragraphs, Ms. Adelson, are you alleging that Mr. Markel has created a hostile work environment for you at the Florida State University College of Law?
He did during a period of time.
All right, and was disparaging you to your colleagues? And if you'll take a look at pages beginning on 79, the document.
That was Pamela Myers, excuse me. I believe it's Myers, but don't quote me on that. And that was done by True Crimes Podcast. Excellent channel. She actually wrote 2 books on Amanda Knox. The Deceptive Memoir of Amanda Knox. Highly recommend it.
Beginning on 79.
That's True Crimes Podcast. I'm talking about, not Pamela Myers. That was her TED Talk on how to spot liars. I'm sure you can still find it on YouTube if you want. It's pretty interesting.
And the question is this Mr. Markel's 23-page response to your motion to relocate?
You're asking me, is this
his response to your motion to relocate?
Yes, it looks like it.
All right, that's quite verbose. Would you agree with that?
I imagine it is. At some point, Danny fired or alienated all of his attorneys and started doing his own legal work. So
Fair to say he was adamantly opposed to you taking his kids to South Florida.
yes, he shared all of that here.
He didn't alienate his last attorney. His last attorney has given some incredible interviews. And the last interview was like a couple years ago that I've seen. And forgive me for not remembering his name right away. Dan Markel's divorce lawyer gave an interview, and he was like, it's like right before Christmas is my memory. Or Thanksgiving. It was like Thanksgiving or Christmas about 2 years ago. And his message at that was that Wendi was, after Donna's arrest, Wendi was coming next. It was so encouraging. Those were the kind of things I was holding on to. So also holding on to the fact that I believe it was the DA in Tallahassee told Patty from Patty's Playhouse that they were getting them one at a time, that Wendi eventually would be next. But I mean, look at how quickly from Charlie's conviction, I know Donna was fleeing, so it's a little bit different. But Donna was not a rock solid. I mean, I believe that they laid a foundation like a brick by brick by brick, meaning Donna was the most difficult. And next, meaning Wendi's the most difficult. Donna's the second to last most difficult. They started with the easiest. So Luis pled out, Luis Rivera. So you have Sigfredo Garcia. He's the easiest to convict. Second easiest is Catherine McBanawa. They're tried together. Then Catherine McBanawa is retried because she gets a hung jury. Then Charlie Adelson gets, right? Charlie Adelson's trial. The third hardest. The second hardest to try is Donna Adelson. And the most difficult to try, especially with these immunity issue, is Wendi Adelson. Also because she's a lawyer and she protected herself.
Which is different than the conversations we had, but
These are all my opinions. Wendi Adelson remains innocent in the eyes of the law.
that's what he filed. What he filed is what the judge sanctioned him for.
All
Yes.
right. And in that filing, I'm specifically referencing to page 82, where Markel states that the sole stated reason the wife seeks to relocate with the party's minor children is so she can be closer to her parents. My understanding is you don't agree that's why you wanted to move.
It wasn't the sole reason why I wanted to move.
But you do agree it was a reason.
It was absolutely a reason. I wanted to create some stability for my kids, and having family around helps have a more stable environment.
Is it fair to say that your mother, Donna Adelson, was following these divorce proceedings pretty closely?
She was definitely being a little bit over involved. Yeah.
She was pretty invested in your personal life. Is that fair to say?
She is one of those moms, yes.
All right. And we talked about your mom, Donna Adelson. Who's your father?
What is my father's name?
Mm-hmm.
Harvey Adelson.
And where do Donna and Harvey live currently?
They live in Miami.
All right. And are you still very close with your parents?
I am.
All right. And do you still live in close proximity to your parents?
I live about a 15-minute drive away.
And where did they live at the time that Dan Markel was killed?
They lived in Coral Springs, Florida.
And were you close with your mom back around the time that you were living in Tallahassee?
I was.
And did she have a close relationship with your children as well?
She did.
Are your parents employed?
Right now, they are both retired.
What about back in 2014?
In 2014, they were both employed.
How were they employed then?
Then my father had a dental practice and my mom was managing his practice.
What's the name of the dental practice?
Dr. Harvey Adelson, DDS.
All right. Does Adelson Institute ring a bell as well?
Yes.
And do you know whether the practice there was successful, meaning lucrative?
At one point it was, and
What
not
about
anymore.
what about between 2013 and 2016? Was it lucrative at that time?
Between 2013 and 2016, it was definitely, the business was doing better than it did after that point when the social media barrage happened.
Referring to this case?
Absolutely.
Okay. But previous to the murder, the Adelson Institute was earning approximately $2 million in profit each year.
I have no idea what it was earning. I haven't the slightest idea, but
I love that. It's the social media. Hold on, I have to cough. It's the social media that ruined the Adelson Institute. Not the fact that her brother and her mother and her whole family's name got thrown in the mix of a murder for hire of a beloved Florida FSU professor, law professor, Dan Markel. It's the social media that did it. Not planning a murder. Not being accused of planning a murder. And later convicted.
Do you know whether your parents had other investments other than their work at the Adelson Institute?
I don't know.
You don't know if they own any properties?
I know now that they own properties, but I didn't then.
Okay, and do you know now that they owned properties then?
I actually don't know when they acquired the properties, so I don't know.
All right, was your divorce impacting your family financially? So this is prior to the murder and the
It was certainly impacting me financially, but I don't think it was impacting the rest of my family.
All right, how many lawyers did you have in your divorce?
I had one, and then Danny accused her of ethical violations and stealing money, and so I had to hire a new attorney. I think he had 3 or 4.
No, I was talking about you. So you had 2.
I had one, and then I had to get another. Yes.
All right, and who paid for those 2 attorneys?
I did.
Did your mom retire from the dental practice during the time of your divorce to facilitate her spending more time with the children?
No, she didn't retire from the dental practice. She did help me during the divorce and help me with the kids. They were very small, but she didn't retire. She just worked for my dad, so it was okay if she took a leave of absence here and there.
All right. Did you discuss your marital problems and the resulting legal issues with your mother?
I'm sure I did.
Is it fair to say your mother is a controlling person?
I think my mom is and was very invested in my life. I don't think of her as a controlling person.
Is it fair to say around the time of your divorce that your mom did not like Dan Markel?
I think that's fair to say. I think she was very disappointed by the way he treated me.
In fact, she despised him, didn't she?
I can't speak to how my mom felt or whether she despised him. I think she was very disappointed.
She sent you some emails to indicate her feelings about Dan Markel around that time.
What does that mean? She can't speak to how she felt. She can speak to how she felt disappointed, but not, I mean, that's a tell in itself. I can only say she was disappointed. I can only minimize my mother's hatred. And I mean, according to Jeffrey Lacasse, that it was the family business hating Dan Markel. Looking for a video I made about her book. Hold on one second. All right, I'll pull it up soon. About her testimony surrounding the book.
Didn't she?
She did.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 63. We'll come back to this, but we can kind of move to the side. Right.
Ms. Kappelman, do you want me to read it?
No, ma'am. Just take a look at those and tell me if you can authenticate them as emails that were sent to you. From your mother?
I can authenticate them.
All right, so the donnaharvey@gmail.com is your parents' shared email address, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, but these emails were coming from your mother based on the context, is that right? Not your dad?
I imagine they probably represented both of their feelings. They've been married 51 years, so sometimes my mom speaks for my dad.
Okay. All right, so there's one, I believe it's on top there, date.
All right, we're going to take another little break. Here's a video I did called Donna and Charlie Blame Wendi. Here we go.
Buying a house for 5 different reasons, not one reason. I mean, I could see if I said, hey, Wendi, here's one big reason not to buy a house. I said for 5 different reasons. Like, I would have given you the same advice.
You take snippets. You take snippets that are out of context, that don't mean anything, and you think that's yeah. Well,
Is that the only book you've written, or have you written more than one book?
I've only written one book.
What was the book about?
The book was about human trafficking and about the vulnerabilities that lead to trafficking, the problems when it occurs, and basically how to recover from it after.
Where was the book set?
It was set in a fictional town.
What was the name of the fictional town?
Hiawassee Springs.
Where was the book set?
So Hiawassee Springs.
So Hiawassee. Is it located in the panhandle of Florida?
No, I used to see the name when I was driving from Tallahassee to Orlando, so it's somewhere in between.
And was the place modeled after Tallahassee?
It was definitely somewhere in Florida, but not supposed to be about Tallahassee, no.
Who was the central character in that book?
So there's 3 central characters. One was one of my clients, kind of a composite character from Eastern Europe. One was kind of a composite character of many clients I've represented from Latin America. And one was a public interest lawyer.
And was the public interest lawyer Lily?
Yes.
And is that the character that's sort of based after yourself?
No, really more based after a friend of mine.
And was Hiawassee, Florida, quote, just a small stop on the way back to what we had previously known as civilization? Is that a quote from your book?
That sounds like a quote from my book, yeah.
And who's the husband of Lily, the public interest lawyer?
You want his name in the book?
Yes.
I think it was Josh Stone.
All right, and what was Josh's employment?
Josh was an English professor.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
Josh was an English professor.
A professor, where did he teach?
It's been a while. I wrote the book over 10 years ago. I don't remember what I named the university in the
North Florida State University.
That sounds right.
NFSU?
NFSU sounds right, yeah.
All right, and in the book, does Lily lament, quote, we moved to this godforsaken place for Josh's career?
Yes, that sounds like a line Lily would say.
All right. When you looked at page 187 of the divorce.
That speaks to motive. Like, I guess you could say anything speaks to motive. You know, anything involving any communication I have with Wendi must speak to motive. Like,
I know.
You know, I mean, basically the way they put this case together, the way they point fingers at everything, and they're just throwing everything in this pot of soup. I mean, they backed off a little bit at the end when they're like, did we say Wendi Adelson's on trial here? No, but the same evidence against Wednesday is the same evidence against me. Like,
that's right.
She was showing up in his house that morning. Like, okay, well, if Wendy's not on trial,
Why are we
you're
talking
saying,
about it?
like, she either had knowledge, and that's why she went to the house, or she had no knowledge and was going to the same liquor store she always went to.
Right.
So she knew the route, went the old way. It was an extra 7 minutes out of her way. She either had knowledge, and that's why she went to the house, or she had no knowledge and was going to the same liquor store she always went to.
Right.
So she knew the route, went the old way. It was an extra 7 minutes.
Survey said. Be you,
She didn't care. She was on autopilot. But
As Dan said, when there's two, right, when Dan said when there's an alternative to what's being presented and it makes sense, that's reasonable doubt. It just has to be reasonable doubt. It doesn't have to be anything more than just reasonable. He said, and it's beyond reasonable, beyond. And he was.
I mean, and the way, I mean, I don't know if it was me, but when I was listening to her give jury instructions, it sounded like, y'all, if you feel, you know, that you think y'all are smart, if you think it's reasonable that he's guilty, then you look guilty.
I'm reviewing that today. I know exactly what was said. He was pulling it up. I know.
She made it sound like if you think the Chiefs are better than the Dolphins, vote for the Chiefs. Like, don't be silly. You know the Chiefs are better. Okay, I'll place my money on the Chiefs before the Dolphins, but not beyond a reasonable doubt. Like, what does a reasonable doubt mean? A first-degree murder case, like, did the person present something that did happen, actually, that is different than what you think happened? It's not that. All the other coincidences these people didn't want to hear. A coincidence is something that you can't explain.
Right.
It's just, it's just a coincidence. There is no explanation for a coincidence. There is no explanation for the TV repairman, for the TV comments by you that the TV costs about $5, and that's the present that I bought Wendy when she got divorced. That's a fucking coincidence. Very ironic that TV gets brought up 3 times and it wasn't planned. Very ironic. Like, if you said to me, what are the chances that the TV's getting fixed on the day that this happens, and that's her alibi, and you pick TV and talk to me? If you were a betting person, what would you say? Not even 1 in 100. You know, if you said, what is, by having Wendy show up at the crime scene, it means I had to have known about it, and that's why Wendy knew about it. That's why she was showing up. People don't just randomly show up at their ex's house for no apparent reason to drive by at the same time that they're getting killed, an hour after, and check to see if it was done.
Yeah.
I mean, did she drive that route? Yeah. Was she going to turn on that street? Yeah.
Yeah, she did.
What brought her to that place and time? Like,
crazy. I mean, it's crazy. It's what you said to me the other day. It's like a movie crazy. Like, wait a minute.
Donna, she loves it. It's like a movie crazy. It's like a movie crazy, yeah. Yeah. She did. Yeah, she did. It's like a movie crazy. She drove by the crime scene to make sure she couldn't help herself. So this is what's so amazing about this audio tape. And where is the audio of Donna in jail talking to anyone? I know other people put in Freedom of Information Acts. It's not my, forte getting these things. But I sure do enjoy it when other channels get it. Where is Donna's calls from before and after her conviction from Tallahassee, Leon County Jail? Where are all those tapes? It's like a movie. Basically, Charlie and Donna are saying, you all should have convicted Wendi. She drove by the crime scene. It's so incriminating. It boggles the mind. Makes all our minds explode thinking about it. It wasn't on a route. It wasn't a shortcut. She didn't think a tree was down. We've gone through all these avenues before. Hi, if you're just tuning in, happy Independence Day. We're just taking a quick break. This is awfully long. I might just sort of cut this in half and we can go through the rest of it. But here's Donna and Charlie talking on the phone before Donna's arrest and after Charlie's conviction. Charlie's in Leon County Jail talking to his mother, Donna, and pissed off. I mean, to me, what this sounds like to me is that they're mad that Charlie was convicted because it really should have been Wendi.
These things can happen. These are coincidences. It's just a crazy coincidence.
So while they're saying, oh, it's just a crazy coincidence, all this, they're saying, look at the evidence. So they're really talking in code here. What they're really saying is like, look at all the evidence. This is my opinion. Look at all the evidence against Wendi Adelson, my daughter, your sister. A lot, but she took that immunity deal. Strangely, they're not saying she took this immunity deal that's like nearly impossible to get around. It's not impossible, but it's hard. Let's put it that way.
But it happens.
But what brought her to that place and time at that time on that day? Not an hour before, an hour after.
Yeah.
Like, it would have had to be, like, not 5 hours later, not 30 minutes before, but an hour later. Within the last 2 hours, I gotta say, if I say myself, if you're not following what you should be following, and then when she was giving the instructions, it was like, you know, and then whatever Dan said, she like poo-pooed. It was like, this is not puzzle pieces. This is a mountain. Y'all, this is a mountain. She was using everything that Wendi had ever written or said, everything that you had written, and they're tying that all in with my case. Like, what is Wendi's fucking book have anything to do with me and my problem?
All right, I'm going to answer that. What does Wendi's effing book have to do with, I think he said anything. I hate when I don't get it exactly right. Have anything to do with me and my trial, he says. Well, I'll tell you, Charlie, the theme, the prosecutor's theory is that this was a family plot, essentially. Remember, Wendi and Harvey are unindicted co-conspirators in this case. It was a family plot to murder Dan Markel via the people on the fringes of society that you had connections to please Wendi. So anything that you say or your mother says, and especially in relation to Dan Markel and their feelings about Wendi Adelson and her desire to raise her children the way she wanted to, without the constraints of Dan Markel, who even his friends say he was a lovely person, but a difficult person. He had very strong beliefs. He tried to compromise as much as he could, but when you get into issues of religion and way of life and worldview, these are the things that destroy relationships. All right, back to Wendy's testimony. Here we go. This is Wendi if you're just tuning in, this is Wendy's testimony with the incredible cross-examination. Probably the toughest questions Wendi Adelson has ever faced are in this trial. This is the trial of the retrial of Catherine McBanawa. Take a listen.
Dated May 3rd, 2013. Was that about 3 months before your divorce was finalized?
My memory is that our divorce was finalized in June 2013. So wouldn't that just be 1 month before?
I had July 31st, so
Okay.
whatever is your memories.
So, okay, this was May and our divorce was finalized in July then.
Just want to talk.
Wendi could have potentially lost her law license. It wasn't just that he was going after her law license. What Dan Markel was alleging was that Wendi, with the help of her lawyer, and this goes back to our discussion or my discussion and the chat's discussion of lawyers and their vague morality, with the help of her lawyer, was hiding assets, lying under oath to the court. You know, it's just watching the Karen Reed civil trial, and all her lawyers had to, all the lawyers had to submit something to the court under oath because a document was leaked and ended up on Twitter, and it was not to be shared with the public. And how it got there, it obviously got there with one side's knowledge. My money is on the defensive side. But all the lawyers said that they had no knowledge and submitted paperwork under oath that they had no knowledge. Now, if this turns out to be false, what sanctions are they really going to get? I mean, the punishment, lawyers rarely face punishment in this country. They tend to go down for financial indiscretions and violations of their clients, you know, for financial things, because they're much easier to prove. The things that they know that they're going to defend themselves and defend themselves well, and they go in front of other lawyers as far as the bar.
A little bit about the emails that are in front of you there. So on that first email dated May 3rd, 2013, page 1 of 5, in the second real paragraph, does your mother indicate that the most important
Objection.
part of your divorce is
Objection.
relocation?
Hold on a second, Ms. Kaufman.
I don't believe this item is in evidence, Your Honor.
The items have not been admitted into evidence at this point, Ms. Kaufman.
Correct.
All right, so I don't want you reading from them if they haven't been admitted into evidence.
All right, Ms. Adelson, did your mother indicate to you that to her the most important part of your divorce
Objection,
is relocation?
Your Honor, objection.
That's sustained.
Okay, Judge, at this time, I would ask to approach.
Sidebar of the witness.
Sidebar.
Oh.
Ms. Adelson.
You're asking in reference to the
Mother. what was the most important part of your divorce to your mother?
You're asking in reference to the email or not in reference to the email?
Not in reference to the email.
So just in general, what for
Yes.
her, it was probably for me to be safe and be in a stable situation with the boys.
Okay.
Okay, that's not what Donna Adelson says to Wendi Adelson in her email. She says the most important thing is relocation. I mean, it's such a loaded question, and the fact that Wendi Adelson is pretending like she doesn't understand the question. I mean, I guess there is a difference, to be fair to Wendi Adelson, but you just read the email. I mean, you're familiar with the evidence, which is this email's in evidence that says the most important thing, Wendi, in your divorce settlement is relocation. Come on, what are we talking about here? This is what makes people crazy. You know, juries hate it when witnesses lie to their face. But what they may find more enraging, and this is something that John Lewin, the king of the cold cases, DA, head of the cold case unit in Los Angeles, in so many episodes, talking to him, said is that they hate it when witnesses lie, but what they hate more, juries, talking about what juries hate, they hate when witnesses lie. What they hate more is when they manipulate and get you to feel sorry for them and believe them, and then the jury finds out that they're lying. So, I don't know. You could maybe argue that Wendi Adelson playing the victim may infuriate them more, because some of them may have bought it.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the emails in front of you, State's Exhibit, which are marked as State's Exhibit 63?
If I look at it, she's saying
Hold on
here.
a second. Just review it, okay?
If you'd read to yourself about the first half of that second real paragraph.
Just review it to yourself, and then Ms. Kappelman will ask you another question.
Okay. All right. Does that refresh your recollection about what your mother felt was the most important non-negotiable term of your divorce?
It does.
Okay. And what was that?
That was relocation.
And did your mother, I think you said she was very unhappy with him. Did you agree that she despised him?
I can't speak to whether my mom despised him or didn't. She was very, very disappointed with the way he treated me.
Okay. And did she ever call him names?
I don't remember her calling him names.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the emails for that?
I'm happy to.
Okay. If you'll take a look at page 1, about halfway down. Just read those few sentences there, and then I will draw your attention to page 2 when you're ready. Actually, you know what? For refreshing purposes, I'm going to approach with my copy. I'm just going to kind of draw your attention to the items highlighted in green. If you'll just look at those to yourself and then flip through and look for those items highlighted in green.
Okay. Do you want me to do the whole thing?
No, go through and just to yourself look at the items.
It's a lot to expect you to say. Improper refreshment. I know. I don't want to, like, we're not sure. We're not sure. Yeah, recognize.
Okay.
Did your mom ever refer to your husband as an asshole?
Yes.
A bully?
Yes.
A zealot?
A religious zealot? Yes.
A jackass?
Yes.
A religious extremist.
Yes.
What about gibbers? She calls them gibbers?
Yeah, gibbers is not a bad name. It was a silly name that I came up with during a period of time when I felt.
It's not a bad name, it's a silly name. If you're calling me a silly name, it's bad for me. I don't want to be called a silly name. I don't think anyone in my chat wants to be called a silly name. Unless it's affectionate. She's saying it was affectionate?
Incredibly terrorized by Danny. And so it was a word that I would.
She was terrorized by Danny. I mean, that's pretty much everything. You know, it's a good story for Wendi, right? Because if Danny was terrorizing, then that explains how she left him. Otherwise, if he wasn't terrorizing, and we don't know how he was behind closed doors, but it's hard to believe that Wendi would be anyone's victim. If she wasn't being terrorized, if she wasn't afraid of him, then she left him in this incredibly cruel and callous way, and then spoke about the father of her children, regardless of what she thinks of him, in a really demeaning way. But so how do you create a defense for that? You say that he was abusive and that she was so traumatized, and this is the new kind of defense for everyone. So I've covered criminals who get their conviction reversed via the wrongful conviction movement. Sorry to use this example so much, but so much of what I talk about on this channel. And then they reoffend, meaning they kill someone else. And the excuse always is that they have PTSD for the years that they were wrongfully imprisoned. Or if their behavior, if they reoffend out on parole, it's because it's all the years that they were traumatized in prison. I was looking into a case. I believe her name is Patricia Clark in the UK. It's a UK case. And she was convicted of killing her 2 babies. And she was highly alcoholic, right? So she had 2 babies that died. And she died of alcoholism eventually after getting her conviction overturned. And basically her family and friends, because it didn't look too good, because that was basically the prosecution's theory, is that she was blind drunk and either unintentionally or intentionally injured her children. It's that she was so traumatized from her years of wrongful imprisonment that she drank. It wasn't that that the prosecution was right. So again, it's a little bit like Wendi here. If all this bad behavior is just a reaction to extreme abuse, it normalizes her behavior. It's a pretty clever way of framing it if you're Wendi Adelson.
Used to kind of make him seem less scary.
Is it fair to say that it was a derogatory term?
No.
Okay, but you came up with it directly in relation to him terrorizing you.
I did. It was a way to take the steam out of a situation I found scary. I wouldn't say it was derogatory. I just think it was.
And when you say scary, are you alleging physical abuse?
I'm not alleging physical abuse.
All right. What types of things did your mother suggest that you could do to try to coerce or acquire the ability to relocate your kids to Miami?
She suggested that I could change the religion.
Of who?
Of my children.
And why would that affect the relocation effort?
Because religion was so important to Danny that would be a real hot button thing.
Okay. And did she ever suggest that you could bribe your husband to allow the relocation?
She did.
And how much money did she suggest that she and the family would be willing to put up for such a bribe?
So I just saw the bribe reference, but I didn't see the amount. If you want to show me.
I will refresh you on that. In just a moment to find it myself.
Overruled.
I'm going to page 15 of the document. Look at that highlighted portion. Let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
Okay.
How much money was your family willing to put up to bribe Dan Markel to let you move to Miami with your kids?
They said that they would go as high as $1 million, which would be $333,000 each.
And who are the each?
My mom, my dad, and Charlie.
Did Charlie, you mentioned he also lived in South Florida. Was he employed at the family dental practice?
He worked there sometimes.
And what type of work did he do?
He is a periodontist, so he would sometimes do.
See, if we just got into this testimony, it would have answered my earlier question. So here's Donna's email to Wendi. Let's show this effer what will make him absolutely miserable. You know his weak points: money, religion, control. Do you know what this reminds me of? That movie with Roseanne Barr and Meryl Streep, where Roseanne Barr's, it's actually the other way. Husband, I believe is an attorney, leaves her for Meryl Streep, who's a romance writer. And Roseanne Barr has like a list of things of his weak points, and she eliminates all of them on a list. So you know his weak points: money, religion, control. You have 5 weeks before your court date. I know you have a job that keeps you very busy. However, the rest of your life in bold and underlined, and consequently Dad's and mine's and even Charlie's will be affected about how well you can perform an act before July 31st. You can be a good actress when you want to be. I've seen you in action, and you need to put on the performance of your life. Jivers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet.
Implants or surgery for people.
Did your motion for relocation get granted or denied by the court?
It was denied by the court.
So you were not legally permitted to move to Miami?
No.
Did you have an alternative? You mentioned previously that there was a hostile work environment at Florida State University as a result of your husband. Or your ex-husband at this point, was the failure to be able to relocate, did that cause you to remain in that environment?
It did.
For how long?
I don't remember the date that the petition to relocate was denied. If you could show me the binder, I
could.
Thank you, Dean. Nice to see you. Yeah, She-Devil. I love that movie. I can see like the poster in my head. I just couldn't remember the title. It's actually based on a book. But it wouldn't surprise me if Donna was inspired by it.
And the date.
And I'll draw you to pages 262 and 263.
In the binder?
Hey, Pepper. Yeah, I don't know. Is everything public in that case? It's such a horrific story and case, and the fact that she has children and is walking around is so frightening.
Okay, so the order was on June, no, what the date is? It was June 20th, 2013. So I was still working at the law school through July 2014. So I stayed for one more year.
Okay, and it was subsequent to his death that you were able to find new employment that was in a less hostile work environment. Is that accurate?
I mean, eventually after his death, I found new employment. It took me a little while.
Okay. How long did you stay in Tallahassee after your husband was killed? Ex-husband, sorry.
Stayed a couple of days. And then after I had asked the police for protection at the funeral or in my home and they refused, I decided to just go for a couple of days and spend a few days away from Tallahassee. And then this case hit CNN and hit the media, and I didn't
I don't
feel
mean to
safe.
interrupt you, but the question was, how long did you stay in Tallahassee after your husband was killed?
I'm sorry, Ms. Kappelman. I stayed for a few days.
Thank you. All right, so how did your mom take the news that?
All right, there's one adding details that we don't need to know from Pamela Myers' TED Talk on Out of Spot Liars. I think she's got her dead to rights on that one.
You were not going to be able to relocate.
She was very upset.
One moment, please. All right, I want to talk a little bit about the litigation that continued after your divorce was final. Was there a motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement and hold Dan Markel in contempt of court filed by you?
Yes.
All right. And a few months later, did he respond with a counter motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement's final provisions, alleging some violations that he said you made on the marital settlement agreement?
Yes.
And these filings are pretty venomous. Is that a fair characterization?
Not on my part.
Well, on both your parts, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And he accuses you of various things, lying about your financial affidavit and things like that. Would you agree?
He does make those accusations. They were completely baseless, but yes.
All right. And let's see. Oh, in the pleadings, is the tennis racket mentioned as something to fight over? And I can draw your attention to that page in line if you need it.
I imagine it could have been. You can draw my attention if you like, and I can confirm.
Okay, but no reason to argue about the fact that a tennis racket is mentioned specifically in your divorce documents.
I mean, that sounds like some of the nonsense that we argued over, sure.
Okay. And was there a motion? I want to draw your attention specifically to this motion. It's on page 441 of that document in front of you, Exhibit 59. This motion was filed by Dan Markel on March 26th.
Okay, we've been going for, it's just gotten too hot in here. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I thought I could do it, but it's just gotten way too hot. I need to cool down. I may be back. I hope I can finish this maybe tonight when if it cools down a bit. But it was a marathon. We've been going for 4.5 hours. I think that sufficiently qualifies at least as a marathon. But we didn't get through all of it. Yeah. Just the head. I think I'm doing it unconsciously, right? The head tilting. You're not kidding. It's like, the real sort of, that looks really big, but it's just like I'm just innocent on the stand. But boy, does the first time she testified, calm, cool, and collected. Not so much the times after. Yeah, I'm going to take a break. And I may be back. It may just stay too hot and it may not be able to, but it was fun to do. Happy 4th of July, everybody. If I don't see you tonight, have a great one. And thanks so much for watching this with me. It was fun. It was just a fun way to hang out. And I just wanted to, hang out and chill with the audience for a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. Who do you think is a better actor, Mother or Donna? I don't know. I think is Wendi a better actress? Probably. I don't think Donna's all that great. I think Donna's less of a good actress than she. I didn't believe any of her testimony where she was trying to get bail. That was ridiculous. It was so over the top. She couldn't keep up her shaking. All right. I'll see you later, guys. Have a good one.
Mic check, Roberta strides through the static haze. True crime Gotham where the shadows play their plays. Fraudsters fold when a spotlight beams. Fact-focused queen busting propaganda schemes. Glass shatter lies echoes through the streets. Standing for victims, giving voice their beats. NYC Post, truth sharp as night. Roberta exposing she's the anti-fraud light. Hard cash warrior, dissecting state and defense. Twisted innocence, claims breaking pretense. Gotham's truth seeker cuts clean with the blade. Facts in the forefront, no justice gets swayed. Cold facts drip heavy, real talk unfurls. Cracking cases open like oysters with pearls. Innocence gimmicks crumble to dust in the wind. For victims, her creed, justice till the end. Headphones blazing, she drops heavy artillery. Narratives twisted, meet blunt object civility. Roberta got receipts that unravel the ploy. Exposing the lies these fraudsters deploy. Glass shatters lies, echoes through the streets. Standing for victims, giving voice their beats. NYC Post, truth sharp as night. Roberta exposing she's the anti-fraud light.